Chapter 175. Could this be the legendary monkey wine? With a thought, Zhongsho's soul floated to the northeast corner. This place was filled with many primitive stone containers of varying sizes. However, without exception, they were all filled with spiritual fruits of various colors. Legend had it that all monkeys would gather the fruits in the mountains to store. The fruits at the bottom would be crushed by the upper layer before they would produce fruit juice. Then, due to them being squeezed and cut off from the air, after many years of being sealed, they would ferment and turn into wine. Moreover, they were usually really sweet and pure. Some are no weaker than celestial wine. Zhongsho had read about it in books before, but this was the first time he saw it in real life. Moreover, the monkey wine here was obviously of high quality. These white apes were psychic, and they were also a group of extremely powerful beasts. Most of the spirit fruits that they picked were of high grade. These beasts formed groups and entered the forest. They were more convenient and stronger than those herb gatherers. Not only did they have enough spiritual fruits, but the quality was also of high quality. Zhongsho waved his soul power and opened the layer of spiritual fruits, only to see that at the bottom of the stone containers, there was some liquid that was a thick amber color. Zhongsho's soul body couldn't smell the fragrance. However, he only felt his mind rippling, and he actually felt a little intoxicated. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. For this fire element earth vein, I lost 6 bottles of celestial wine. Now that I have taken this monkey wine, I can make up for my losses. Who knows, I might even earn something. As expected, it's a blessing in disguise. Looking around, Zhongsho actually found a few leather bags in the stone hall. Who knows where these white apes came from? Zhongsho first used spells to summon some water to wash them clean. Only then did he pick up the monkey wine and pour it in. He only took those that looked the best and made his soul tremble slightly. After filling up 7 leather pouches, he stopped. It wasn't that he was satisfied, but when he was flying, he couldn't bring too much. As a night roamer, once he fought with someone, he could explode with over 200,000 kilograms of strength. But a source spirit flying in the air was another matter altogether. There was nothing else here that could catch his eye. Some of the white apes that were dozens of miles away were also rushing back. Zhongsho was about to leave, but just as he rose into the air, he suddenly felt a burst of surprise. Gazing into the depths of the stone hall, there was a huge boulder in the shape of a bed, with all kinds of beast skins piled on top of it. However, it was not for storage. Instead, it was to make a comfortable little nest. It was just that the smell might be slightly unpleasant. If he guessed correctly, it should be the throne of the Ape King, the exclusive territory of the leader of the apes. Zhongsho immediately used a talisman technique to sweep away all the beast skins. He exerted strength once more, and large amounts of sand and stone were lifted up. When they were 10 feet down, they saw a golden light flashing within. Shock flashed across Zhongsho's heart. It actually knows to use ores to cover this item. This white ape is really intelligent and can't be underestimated. Only to see that around the golden light, there are all sorts of high-purity metal ores. Stacked together, it pretty much covered the spiritual energy fluctuations of this item. Not only couldn't he sense it from the outside, but even when Zhongsho was inches away, he nearly missed it. He laughed in his heart. Zhongsho directly used a suction force to suck the golden light over. When it was in front of him, he was shocked. The item in front of him was roughly 3 inches in size. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. It was just an ordinary stone. There was some metal on the outer shell, which could be considered ores. However, it was a lower-grade spiritual gold. The only thing that shocked Zhongsho was that there was an extremely strong and sharp aura flowing within. The moment it entered his hand, it felt like it was going to break through the stone and attack his soul. Zhongsho was slightly shocked, hurriedly using a few talismans to suppress it and return it to calmness. Why is it gung metal energy? Who knows what kind it is? For it to be formed in such a grade of metal, or could it be that the reason why the Ape King mutated was because of this stone? If that's the case, then I have struck it rich. At this moment, he didn't have time to analyze it. Zhongsho picked it up and didn't stay any longer. His soul turned into a green streak of light, and charged out of the cave. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he heard a furious roar. Looking out, he saw that the ape king with golden patterns on its chest was swiftly climbing up the stone wall. In just a moment, it was close to the entrance of the cave. Its two eyes had already turned red and yellow, filled with anxiousness and rage. Zhongshu was too lazy to bother, directly rising into the air. With a dash, he passed by it. Just as he was about to continue to climb up, the golden-patterned ape king hollered in rage and jumped up. A pair of unformed wings stretched out from the two ribs behind its back. In an instant, it flew 1,000 feet and continued to pounce towards Zhongshu. It didn't fear this place. It was already close to 8,000 feet in the air. Zhongshu also frowned. However, such beasts weren't much higher than him in terms of grade. If they were in a group, then it was okay. However, if they were alone, he really didn't care about them. Even if they had mutated, in his eyes, they weren't worth a mention. With a thought, the demon-eye silver bear that was wrapped under his soul instantly broke out. In midair, it also transformed into a giant bear and swooped down, colliding with the ape king with a loud bang, emitting a muffled tremor. Although he wasn't strong enough, he was able to force the golden-patterned white ape to stop. At this moment, Zhongshu was controlling the lightning-toothed sword, following a mysterious trajectory, like a swallow flying into the forest as it glided over. It actually bypassed the two tightly entangled exotic beasts, drawing an extremely nimble arc in the air as it headed straight for the ape king's back. Just as the sword was about to pierce through its heart, Zhongshu was slightly shocked. He only felt that around this beast, an extremely strong spiritual wave suddenly exploded out. The energy in his body surged, like a really thick steel wall, crazily spreading out in all directions. Grade 7. Zhongshu suppressed that feeling of shock. The sword light suddenly changed, illusionary and flashing, a lightning glow exploding as it continued to stab in at the weakest point of the energy. However, this sword wasn't able to take the life of this beast. He only managed to injure one of its wings and cut open a huge wound below its ribs. Blood gushed out from the wound. Although this golden-patterned white ape had successfully advanced at the crucial moment, it seemed to know that its situation wasn't good. It wasn't willing to tangle with Zhongshu's demon-eye silver bear anymore. After giving out a tragic cry, it forcefully supported its injured wings and descended, following which it grabbed a long vine, swinging in the air and returning to the stone wall. He looked up with slight fear in his eyes. He continuously bared his teeth, but he didn't make any moves to attack. Zhongshu felt that it was a pity. If he killed this ape king, he would be able to obtain a grade 5 beast crystal and soul stone. He might even be able to obtain a spirit beast. At this moment, the golden-patterned white ape had already returned to the stone wall. There were many white apes protecting it, amongst which there were 6 that were grade 5 and above. There were also hundreds of 4th-stage white apes rushing over from all over the mountains and plains. Even if his sword skills were high, he could only look on helplessly. At this moment, if he didn't leave, the unlucky one would be him. Keeping the demon-eye silver bear, Zhongshu continued to transform into the lightning phoenix form. First, it climbed 12,000 feet before flapping its wings and flying around. However, after flying for tens of miles, Zhongshu felt that something wasn't right, only to see that below, the hundreds of white apes were sprinting swiftly, scaring the surrounding beasts so much that they all crazily fled. The one charging at the front was the golden-patterned ape king. Even though he was injured, the speed at which he leapt through the dense forest was only slightly slower than his own. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several tens of kilometers. This ape-type beasts really hold grudges. Once they offend them, they won't rest until they die. Let's hope that fellow below can chase faster. As long as it is alone, I can slash it down with one sword. However, that ape king was obviously smarter than he expected. It didn't advance lightly, maintaining a safe distance from the ape group behind it. It only followed far behind him, its eyes shining fiercely. Zhong shocks inside, knowing that he had caused a lot of trouble this time. His movement speed increased by several times. In just a moment, he was at the peak of the mountain. When he returned to his body, Zhongsho first sent out a message talisman. Then, he didn't bother about anything else, pulling Chu Shue's hand and sprinting down the mountain. Although Zhong Yuan found it weird, he was filled with respect for this prince. He didn't ask much and just followed. When they returned to the lakeside, Hu Zhongyin, who had gotten the message talisman, had already tied the 18 Windrider foals onto the cloud crossing carriage. Looking at Zhongsho and the others running over, his face was filled with shock. "Prince, what happened? Why are you in such a rush?" Zhongsho didn't explain, rushing into the wooden hut and personally carrying Ruoxue out. Then, he ran onto the cloud crossing carriage before saying, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's run." Hu Zhongyuan's face was filled with doubt. He was already at 6 meridians of the earth chakra level. Along with Zhongsho, who was a knight wandering realm spirit master with strong sword techniques, a grade 5 spirit beast, and also the purple lightning spear Zhongyuan. Even if they faced a 7 meridian Xuanwu ancestor, they had the ability to fight. In this wilderness, apart from the legendary chill serpent, who else could make Zhongsho so afraid? In the next instance, a few ape roars rose and fell, one after another, continuous and unending. In just a moment, a golden-striped, white ape suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Behind it was a mountain full of white shadows. Hu Zhongyuan's face instantly turned ashen white. He dashed in front of the carriage and snatched the reins from Zhongyuan's hands. Then he personally controlled the Windrider foals and swiftly galloped forward. To be continued. Chapter 176. Young Master, what exactly did you do? What made this bunch of monkeys chase so relentlessly? In the wilderness, the carriage was still swiftly moving. On the other hand, Chu Shue stuck her head out of the window and looked behind with lingering fear. This place was close to 2,000 miles away from the Water Fairy Lake. With the Windrider foals pulling the carriage, they had traveled for close to 16 hours. Luckily, these spiritual foals focused on running, so they had a lot of stamina. Along with the help of Zhongsho's pills, they were finally out of danger. At this moment, they were barely able to shake off the monkeys behind them. The leading golden-tattooed white ape had a lot of energy. Even though the wound under its ribs was still bleeding, it didn't show any signs of weakness. Its speed was even several times faster than the Windrider foals. However, this beast was probably worried about Zhongsho's ability and didn't dare to chase too close. The white apes behind it were unable to keep up with its speed. After 16 hours of continuous pursuit, most of them were exhausted. They could only look on as the carriage went further and further away. The golden-tattooed, white ape's eyes shone with a yellow glow as it gave out a low roar. Its aura was terrifying, causing Chu Shue, who was tens of miles away, to feel shocked. Zhongsho didn't care at all. After he totally relaxed, he smiled. "Nothing much, I only slashed him once. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to destroy him." Chu Shue didn't believe him. The eyes of the monkeys were all red. They didn't just treat Zhongsho as their enemy. Following which, Zhongsho took out several items from his body. First, there were tins of ores. Chu Shue didn't pay much attention to them, just taking a look before dismissing them. However, when Zhongsho took out 7 leather bags filled with monkey wine one by one in front of him, his eyes instantly lit up. She finally understood why those monkeys would chase so relentlessly. Monkeys loved wine, and Zhongsho had stolen so much of their storage. Of course, they would be anxious to go all out. These leather bags were huge, any one of them at close to 2 to 3 pints. The 10 bottles of celestial wine that Lei Dong gave before couldn't even add up to a third of one bag. The thick fragrance couldn't be covered as it entered her nose. Chu Shue couldn't help but lick her lips greedily. However, Zhongsho stared coldly at her. She instantly felt guilty, acting like nothing had happened as she looked out of the window. Following which she heard Zhongsho laugh. "Little greedy cat, don't drink too much." With a casual toss, he tossed the 2 leather bags over. Chu Shue was overjoyed and hugged the wine bag tightly like it was a treasure. After using soul power to hold them up in the air, he took off all his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Chu Shue instantly felt uneasy. Speaking of which, in the past when she gave Zhongshou a medicinal bath, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the two of them being naked, treating it like it was right and proper. Now, when she spoke to Zhongshou, her face would turn red. Sometimes she didn't even dare to look at Zhongshou. She wanted to escape out of the carriage. However, when she saw that Ruoshe was lying lazily on the soft couch, looking at Zhongshou's actions without any intention of avoiding him, she felt a chill run down her spine. For some reason, Chu Shue felt a sense of unwillingness rise up in her chest. After gritting her teeth, she sat on the spot and didn't move. Zhongshou adjusted his breathing, and his mind regained its calmness and calmness. What he was going to do next couldn't be wrong at all. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the few remaining soul stones in his pouch. Then, he used the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to swallow all the spiritual energy within into his body. In that instance, it caused his soul power to explosively increase. His entire soul ocean crazily rolled. At the same time, Zhongshou's spiritual sense descended into the spirit-absorbing pagoda. A few days ago, he had already completed the modifications to the water spirit earth vein that he had absorbed. Today, he only needed to spend some effort on this newly absorbed earth vein. Actually, the method was simple. He just needed to use his spiritual sense to control those source spirits to form talismans that were compatible. The same earth vein had different effects when merged into the body. The spirit masters and martial cultivators of this era were unable to understand the reason. They could only simply split the various earth veins into high, middle, and low grades. Most of the time, they were unable to truly differentiate. Some of the stronger and more abundant source spirits weren't as good as those that looked like normal earth veins. Only in the future did the knowledge of other worlds spread over. Only then did they understand the mysteries within. So within the spiritual veins, there are talismans and talismans as well as the more basic spiritual patterns. The only thing was that their forms were special and hard to differentiate. There were even some spirit masters in some world who researched several sets of talisman-forming methods to strengthen earth veins, which were highly sought after by martial cultivators. In the last life, Zhongshou was too poor and couldn't afford to hire a return to Sun Realm spirit master to form talismans for his earth veins. It was only after he became an ascended ancestor that he invited his best friends to help him form talismans. However, in terms of foundation, he was still weaker than those disciples from the large sects and aristocratic families. After that, he spent a lot of effort to make up for it. The current him, although he hadn't entered the return to Sun Realm, he grasped the God talisman technique and could barely complete the modification of the earth vein. Naturally, he couldn't let himself fall behind on this step. Even Chu Shue's few subordinates, Zhongshou wouldn't let them lose out. First, he formed the 5-element talismans. Then, he specially strengthened the fire talisman before forming a lightning talisman. The entire process took close to 8 hours. Pretty much every moment, he was fully focused and went all out. When the talisman was formed, Zhongshou's body was covered in sweat. However, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt slightly excited. He knew that the 2 water and fire earth veins within the spirit-absorbing pagoda didn't change much on the surface. However, the spiritual energy that the 2 of them could provide had increased by at least 20%. The spiral meridians in my body are mostly modified. Only some small and secluded ones haven't been completed. Whether or not this dual meridian body can merge with the earth veins as I envisioned, it will depend on today. Zhongshou's personality was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside, resolute and decisive. As long as he decided on something, he wouldn't hesitate and wouldn't be indecisive. He directly grabbed the spirit-absorbing pagoda. Using his true chi to draw and suck, the 2 python-like spiritual veins were instantly sucked into his body. The moment they entered, they started to have an intense conflict. In Zhongsho's arm, they started to fight intensely. However, in just a moment, Zhongsho forcefully used his true qi to suppress them and pull them into the two meridians. They didn't flip at all as they started to revolve within the spiral meridians. Before this, he had built up a thick foundation, and now it was just a matter of time. The two earth veins wrapped around one another. Apart from the water and fire repelling one another, they also formed a binding force. Without Zhongsho spending any effort, it started to circulate within Zhongsho's meridians. At this moment, Ruoshue's eyes lit up like she was really surprised. Chu Shui was in a daze, her mouth opened wide, unable to close. She only felt that it was unbelievable. At this moment, one could see two giant python-like patterns on Zhongsho's body, one blue and one red. They were swimming around his body. Occasionally, there would be energy vibrations, his skin would tear open and blood would seep out. However, these changes were slowly calming down. Zhongsho's aura was crazily rising at a shocking speed. No wonder Zhongsho didn't give up after finding that spiritual vein. These few days, he didn't hesitate to spend huge amounts of money to search for it. Her young master was actually going to merge two meridians into his body at the initial Earth Chakra realm. Moreover, it seemed like he was about to succeed. If she didn't personally witness it, Chu Shui wouldn't believe her eyes. Heaven, earth, and body, each meridian increase at the Earth Chakra realm. One could only merge with one more earth vein. This was a law that couldn't be changed in the 10,000 years after the Cloud Desolate era. Even before the Cloud Desolate era, there were only a few god beasts with special bodies that weren't restricted. However, at this moment, she personally witnessed this common sense being broken by Zhongsho. When the blue and red colors faded away on Zhongsho's skin, the surging spiritual energy calmed down. Zhongsho suddenly spat out a long roar, not bothering about anything to vent the joy in his chest. Not for other reasons, but just for this dual meridian body. In the future, not only would it not be an obstacle for him, but it would also be a great help for him, one of the foundations for him to climb to the peak of the martial path. From now on, apart from the heaven barrier in front of him, it would be a smooth path for him. At this moment, even Hu Zhongyuan was shocked, charging into the carriage. However, he was at a loss as he looked at the three people within. He missed the scene just now, so naturally, he couldn't deduce why Zhongsho was so crazy. Zhongsho was too lazy to bother about him, continuing to work hard, taking out the sword accumulating pearl he got from Yi Fan as well as the golden he got from the White Ape Cave. First, he smacked the orc to smash it into pieces, only to see a silver-white energy break out and fly outwards. It is actually the energy of gold molding. How lucky! This time my sword embryo foundations will be a few times stronger. Zhongsho's eyes lit up, the sword accumulating pearl in his hand slightly shook. That ball of silver-white energy automatically turned around. Without needing Zhongsho to absorb it, it automatically entered the sword accumulating pearl and merged with the sword-shaped spiritual energy within. When the two of them merged, Zhongsho smacked once more, causing the pearl to break apart. Then his soul turned into smoke and left his body, wrapping up the sword-shaped spiritual energy that was smashing all around. Threads of soul power started to wrap around it, causing it to be fixed in midair, unable to move at all. Following which, many talismans formed from soul power were forcefully injected into it, until the sword-shaped spiritual energy was dyed in a layer of green-black color, its shape looking more and more like a long sword. Only then did Zhongsho's soul enter his body once more. He also brought the sword-shaped spiritual energy into his god cloud acupoint, stopping in his soul ocean. Chapter 177. At this moment, at the center of the soul power ocean, a sword-shaped silver-white energy ball was floating in the air. It was connected to the sky, fox, lightning, phoenix, mark, and the endless flame ocean below. There were also many spiritual patterns that connected to the three true spiritual talismans. It caused the sword to be wrapped with the power of water and fire, as well as the purple lightning glow. This is the so-called sword embryo. Zhong Shoshin's mind shook slightly, his chest filled with surprise. There were many different sword cultivation paths, and there were differences in their strengths. At this moment, what he had achieved was a sword embryo that was publicly recognized as the most brilliant. Gathering various types of metal energy to craft the sword. After gathering it, he would continuously polish and nourish it, finally forming the shape of a sword. Merging with the soul and using the soul to nourish it, it had a special name called the illusionary spirit forging sword technique. This illusionary spirit sword didn't have a physical form, but it could merge into any spiritual weapon. This was why he wasn't afraid of it being destroyed and didn't need to worry about changing spiritual weapons. If he cultivated it to the end and was able to turn illusionary into real, power's strength wouldn't be weaker than those legendary top weapons. Before this, the sword accumulating stone that Yi Feishuang gave him had already formed into the shape of a sword. The metal energy gathered within was even more extraordinary. It could directly be used as a sword embryo, and after adding the gold molding energy, it was even more unstoppable. The quality could be said to have directly increased by 2 levels. This caused Zhong Shou to be unable to resist the temptation of this item, and chose to merge with it on the spot. However, it was only a sword embryo now. If one said that he was 100 steps away from turning illusionary into real, he had only walked 1.5 steps. Zhong Shou suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of anticipation flashed across his eyes. Out of body. With a thought, the lightning-toothed sword by his waist instantly opened its eyes. A sword-shaped energy flew out from Zhong Shou's brow and entered the lightning-toothed sword. It caused the energy of a lightning-toothed sword to shake, the spiritual energy fluctuations swiftly increasing. The surrounding lightning glow also increased by several times. In just an instant, it caused this peak grade 2 spiritual weapon to rise to grade 3. He controlled the thunder-toothed sword from afar, making it spin and turn in the narrow carriage. It made all kinds of dazzling movements, drawing out one after another beautiful and dazzling trajectories. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with surprise. His control over this sword was actually as he wished. Apart from the fact that his strength was slightly weaker, in terms of the agility of the sword, he was not much weaker than using his soul to wield the sword. Even if there were times when it was rough, it was because he hadn't fully refined the sword embryo. This is the second primordial spirit of a spiritual technique. He was indeed impressive. Even though it was just an embryo, it had such a special ability. Since it was a sword, it had to have a name. My sword Tao is a mixture of 100 schools of thought converging into one. This sword should also carry my will, and it could be named One Origin Sword. He casually gave his sword a name. Zhong Shou reached out with his hand, causing the lightning-toothed sword to return to his hand, activating the dual water and fire-earth veins in his body. Instantly, a 90 feet long blue-red sword energy spat out. Many purple lightning bolts wrapped around it, making it seem really sharp and terrifying. Initial Earth Chakra Meridian, a full 62,000 kilograms of strength, but he could spit out energy for 90 feet, no weaker than peak Xiantian. Such an achievement was enough to make him proud. At this moment, even if he faced a martial ancestor with 6 meridians, he was confident that he could fight to the death with him. He patted his right arm, and Little Gold's body started to wrap around the sword body. Not long later, it caused the sword to turn a silver-white color. The spiritual energy gathered on the blade of the sword was even more tyrannical. It directly charged out of grade 4 and merged with Zhong Shou's aura. Without needing to do anything, he was already one with the sword. Zhong Shou instantly laughed out loud, keeping the thunder-toothed sword back into its sheath. The illusionary spirit sword that was named One Origin also returned to its body. At this moment, Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Let Zhong Yuan turn north. 3 days later, I want to see Xian Mountain City. before returning to Gantian Mountain, I want to meet my father-in-law. Hu Zhongyuan's body shook as he looked towards Zhongshou in surprise. However, the moment he looked at it, he became slightly absent-minded. The current Zhongshou gave him the feeling that he was a top treasure sword that had broken through many seals and was out of its sheath. The moment he appeared in this world, there was nothing in the world that could cover his unparalleled sharpness. Chu Shui and Ruo Shui's faces were filled with shock. The two of them could sense the changes in Zhongshou's aura by several times. A moment ago, he was still as calm as water. In the next moment, he was showing off his sharpness, his intent sharp. It was as if it could break apart all the barriers in the world. Where the sword pointed at, nothing could block it. Zhongshou himself didn't feel anything, only looking out of the window curiously. That's strange. Those two people don't seem to have followed us. Could it be that something had happened? With their spiritual grandmaster cultivation, who could make things difficult for them? Or did they give up on me? Zhongshou? Just as Zhongshou raised his head and looked up in confusion. 200,000 feet above the ground, energy and wind shot out in all directions. Numerous destructive sound waves spread out in all directions. This place was originally covered in clouds, and lightning glow gathered. However, it was forcefully pushed aside by two strong auras. Within 100,000 feet of space, there were only many sword energy crisscrossing. Numerous lightning glows exploded and shone in this space. Shui Lingbo's body had shrunk to that of a 14-year-old. The lightning mark on his face had already covered a small half of his face. She continuously shifted and dodged in midair. Each of her thoughts could gather up a vast, lightning dragon that roared in the clouds. The sword in her hand danced with a red light, pretty much occupying half of the sky. However, there were numerous wounds on her body, blood flowing out nonstop. She was in a bad state. If one looked closely, one could see those wounds. Her skin, flesh, and blood were healing rapidly. However, there was an indescribable power that was destroying her flesh and bones at an even faster speed. On the contrary, the white-robed Yin Fan opposite her was totally unharmed. Although his aura was slightly weaker, like he was being suppressed, his expression was really calm. No matter if it was the lightning glow or the sword shadow, he only needed one sword to break it, one sword to destroy it. As expected from the disciple of the martial saint, the energy meridians are so long, the spiritual energy is so strong, pretty much endless. Yin Fan is far inferior. He feels ashamed. Luckily, your cultivation time is too short. In terms of the martial path, I am hundreds of years older than you and am slightly stronger. However, till now, you're still unwilling to admit defeat? And I have already fought here for half a month without a single moment of rest. I have already shown mercy several times. You should know that in your heart. Shui Lingbo didn't speak. Her body and bones shrunk once more. On her delicate face, there were a few more flame patterns. All of a sudden, the entire 1,000,000 feet of cloud was covered in flames. This time she laughed coldly. If I don't admit defeat, what can you do to me? If you have the ability to take my life, then just use it. Very good. You are finally going all out today. How amazing. However, Villa Head Yin, aren't you afraid of harming the hundreds of millions of living beings in Dongling Cloud Continent? You self-proclaimed righteous path people are really disgusting when you do things. Kiki, who would have expected that this kid would be able to use the power of water to break the bodily chakra, using his own strength to break the barriers from heaven. This action is out of my expectations. Be it toughness or comprehension, he is the best choice. His soul cultivation talent can also be listed as extreme. His future is really tough to predict. If he walks the righteous path, it will be the fortune of the cloud world. If he is a demon, he will cause a calamity in this world and drag down the common people. Even if it affects the innocent, I won't care. I will use all my strength. As Yin Fan said that, he sighed helplessly. Moreover, if you didn't snatch him first, how would things have ended up like this? Speaking of which, I have to thank you for keeping your true chi and soul cultivation and not affecting the living beings below. Tisk, don't think that only you people care about the living beings of the world. In terms of principles, although I, Song Xingdao, am seen as a demon, I also care about the well-being of the common people. Yin Fan, don't talk about such useless things. You know what you're worried about in your heart. How many of us cultivators will bother about such things? Most of the time, we just go with the flow to respond to the heavens. Normally, who cares about the life and death of the people of the cloud world? What does the life and death of ants have to do with us? Now that the spiritual wave is about to rise, apart from those few vast habitats and heavenly grotto heavens, the experts of the various worlds are about to descend. Our 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, which one of us isn't in danger of being wiped out? You said that I snatched him. 10 days ago, if I didn't do anything, you would have snatched him, right? Yin Fan's face was filled with a bitter smile and helplessness. Shui Lingbo's expression was filled with killing intent. The legacy of the sect is above everything. Shui Lingbo, even if I have to use everything I have, I will take that Zhong Shou into my Taiyuan sect. However, before her sword light exploded out once more, Yin Fan's body flashed, and he was hundreds of thousands of feet away. Just as Shui Lingbo's face was filled with surprise and confusion, Yin Fan smiled and shook his head. During these few days, I have thought about it. It isn't a solution for us to continue like this. Don't you think that with the talent that this kid shows, where he belongs isn't something that the two of us, or even Taiyuan and Wujua sects can decide? Shui Lingbo was startled. She took in a deep breath and then decisively kept her sword back into her sheath. Then what do you think we should do? In a few days, Yin Fan will definitely report to my vast habitat teacher and the head of my Kinzo sect. As he said that, Yin Fan stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Why don't the heads of our two sects decide where this kid belongs? At most 3 months, and there will be an outcome. Shui Lingbo frowned once more. A moment later, she nodded her head. Let's do as you say. Which sect this kid joins will be decided by the elders. I only hope that Manorhead won't regret it at that time. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. He actually crossed 100 miles in an instant, directly disappearing from this silent and empty space. Moments later, Yin Fan's face began to wither and decay at an alarming rate. His eyes were filled with helplessness. The losses from this battle were no less than a heaven tribulation. Chapter 178. That's just too much. Outside of Xian Mountain City, Hu Zhongyuan rode a cloud stepping full beside the carriage. His face was green as he looked at the wide city gate in front of him with a violent intent. Numerous carriages and people were entering and exiting from the side gates. However, the main gate was still tightly shut. It blocked their group outside of the city gate. There were a total of 120 soldiers led by 4 9 Meridian mythic masters. They looked over coldly, but no one went up to speak. Those passers-by had mocking looks on their faces. Things like the Gantian Mountain Prince is like this. No matter how strong Gantian Mountain is, they still have to wait here. The toad doesn't scram back into the mud and wants to eat swan meat. Such words entered their ears. Since the Xiantian master in charge of guarding the city gate said that he was going to enter the city to report, 8 hours had passed, and no one was seen. Zhong Shou was deep in thought as he looked out of the carriage window, thinking to himself, was this the Xian Mountain City from 10,000 years ago? Just the city walls alone were 400 feet tall, 50 miles from north to south, suppressing one's heart. Along the way, there were many merchants and people far better than the decline and destruction of the future. If Xian Mountain City was like that, who knows how majestic Gantian Mountain City, which was said to be several times larger than this, would be. 10 years ago, this Xian Mountain City was just a small city with 300,000 people. The land it ruled was just 800 miles, and there were only 10 cities. If it wasn't for the ruler and Xianyuan Tong being close, If the ruler wanted to use it as a barrier for the east of Gantian Mountain and support it, how could it be so prosperous? Scoffing heavily, Hu Zhongyuan's face twitched. He was so furious that he nearly scolded out. That Xianyuan Tong prides himself as a righteous person, but he is just a person who forgets favors. Even if he didn't care about the ruler's help, even if he wanted to break the marriage, he shouldn't have treated the prince so badly. He really is heartless and unscrupulous. If it wasn't for the fact that his daughter is a good girl, I would definitely charge into Xian Mountain City and kick him to vent my anger. The more they said these words, the more they couldn't stop. Even Zhong Yuan, who was driving the carriage, had rage in his eyes, like he was facing a common enemy. Zhong Shou retracted his attention and chuckled. Although he was smiling warmly, his eyes were cold and sharp. Instead of blaming him, he nodded his head in agreement. That's true. Brother Hu, since you want to kill your way into Xian Mountain City, why aren't you making a move? Hu Zhongyuan was stunned. His eyes widened like copper bells. For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether Zhong Shou was being serious or just being sarcastic. After pondering for a long time, he scratched his head awkwardly and laughed awkwardly. Young master, I was just joking. My Iron Tiger tribe doesn't have any other problems, but we can't control our mouths. There are as many strong warriors as there are clouds here. Any one of those black tortoise ancestors could crush me to death. How could they cause trouble? Furthermore, this is your Yu family. Don't mind. I'll slap my own mouth. Before the slap landed on his face, he heard Zhong Shou burst out laughing. Then, his face turned serious. Who's joking with you? Where did the pride from before go? If you don't go all out and cause trouble, I'll let Uncle Hu slap you when we go back. Do you believe that I'll let Uncle Hu hang you at the city gate for 3 days and 3 nights? However, if I'm satisfied, in a few days, I'll teach you another set of knife techniques. All right, you also have to scold people. The more vicious, the better. Hu Zhongyuan felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know whether Zhong Shou was joking or threatening him. Blinking his eyes, he felt even more confused, hesitating. Prince, this time you came for the princess consort. If we offend Xian Mountain City too much, it wouldn't be good, right? The princess consort side might not be happy. If we really cause trouble, I might lose my life here. It has nothing to do with the princess consort. We came to ask for an engagement and not to ask them for charity. Moreover, behind us stands the entire Gantian Mountain City. Even if Irin is unhappy, there are some things we can't let her do. As for your life, Zhong Shou held his chin, his face calm. If they dare to take it down, I'll tear down this Xian Mountain City and bury it with you. Hu Zhongyan. How about that? Zhong Yuan, who was driving the carriage, was instantly moved. Hu Zhongyuan's eyes lit up, looking weirdly at Zhong Shou. He understood what Zhong Shou meant. Then he laughed out loud. The prince is wise. The ruler really has a successor. Xian Mountain City, this bunch of brats, they really made me angry. I'll go all out today. When Fang Yin said that, Hu Zhongyan had already urged his horse forwards, galloping swiftly towards the city, gate 1,000 feet away. Just as the soldiers at the gate were all shocked and didn't know what to do, only to see Hu Zhongyuan pull out his knife. It was also 7 feet long. The back of the knife was filled with hook-shaped teeth, shining with a cold light. Charging to 5 feet in front of the main gate, he slashed down heavily. Invincible Tiger Overlord, open for me. The knife energy exploded, charging a full 700 feet into the air and smashing heavily on the giant iron gate. A heavy kung sound, numerous sparks flew, along with the ear-piercing sound of metal cutting. That thick and heavy iron door, which was tens of feet thick, was actually sliced open from top to bottom in an instant. Hu Zhongyuan used his leg to kick. He kicked open the 100,000-kilogram iron gate in front of him, smashing it into the walls on both sides. As for the broken door pillar, it flew back hundreds of feet. There were a few armored soldiers standing behind the door. They were also caught off guard and were sent flying. They fell to the ground, their limbs broken, or they spat out fresh blood. Only at this moment did the few 9 Meridian mythic masters and soldiers react. They wanted to pounce forward, but were stopped by Hu Zhongyuan's aura. Half a breath later, a 9 Meridian mythic master hollered as he slashed towards Hu Zhongyuan. The rest of the people also drew their weapons. However, before these people even acted, Hu Zhongyuan slashed down with his knife. Just small fries, all of you go and die. A bunch of small fries actually dare to look at me like that. You really don't know how to write the word death. The energy surged, directly sending these low-grade martial masters and soldiers flying 1,000 feet. Even those 4 9 Meridian mythic masters were all sent flying by the knife energy. Zhong Shou felt delighted when he saw that. He knew that although Hu Zhongyuan's knife attack looked strong, he actually held back. He held back his strength and used the back of the knife. These soldiers and martial masters were in a tragic state, but their lives weren't in danger. However, this level was far from enough. Hu Zhongyuan only stopped for a moment at the city gates before he controlled the Wind Rider Foal to charge into the city. Zhong Yuan was also a sharp person. Without needing any instructions, he drove the carriage and followed closely behind Hu Zhongyuan's horse, charging into Xian Mountain City. Zhong Shou sat in the carriage and felt that there were close to 100 Xiantian masters and martial ancestors in the city. They were rushing over, but he didn't care as he sat on the soft couch. A few golden needles stabbed into Ruoshui's body before he smiled and instructed, "Listen to my orders and act. However, your true chi can only be used for 30 breaths. Within 30 breaths, you can go all out. If you can't win, then just admit defeat." Ruoshui softly and placed a sword by her side. She didn't have any intention to ask, like following Zhong Shou's orders was right and proper. Zhong Shou shook his head. Who knows what Zhong Weiran did to train this girl to be like this? She was already a martial ancestor with 7 meridians of the Earth Chakra level, a rare expert in the world. However, she was still so quiet. Following which he looked towards Chu Shui. This brat was looking over with a face full of worry. Zhong Shou couldn't help but feel delighted. Shui, you go to the front to control the carriage. As for Zhong Yuanyu, he felt that there were several Xintian masters close to 1,000 feet away. A cold glow appeared in Samuraim's eyes. Go help Hu Zhongyuan. You are allowed to attack as you wish. As long as you don't kill anyone, it doesn't matter. If you kill someone, I'll take responsibility for you. Chu Shui was originally a little worried. When she heard that, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up. He raised the purple lightning spear and cut a portion of the ropes, taking out one of the Wind Rider foals that were pulling the carriage. He jumped on a horse and held his spear, chasing behind Hu Zhongyuan. He wasn't willing to work for Zhong Shou. However, if he could make the people of Xian Mountain City suffer some pain, he was more than happy to do so. At this moment, those few Xiantian masters had just arrived. The one at the front hollered furiously, filled with killing intent. "Stop. This is Xian Mountain City. Who dares to be arrogant? Do you want to die?" Hu Zhongyuan glanced over. It was okay if he didn't look, but when he did, he was furious. One of them was the city gate commander who had left them at the city gate for a total of 8 hours. Before this, he said that he was going to report to the city lord manor, but now he appeared here. He went all out to urge the horse to charge forwards. Another vast knife glow swept over. "Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. A Xiantian master dares to be arrogant in front of me. So what if I am arrogant? You dare to leave me. Hu Zhongyuan, for 8 hours, you are asking to die." Pung! That 7-foot Tiger King knife directly smashed a ball of sword light into pieces. Not only did he directly knock out the peak Xiantian expert who spoke with the back of the knife, but he also directly smashed away the Xiantian master behind him with his vast energy. Just as he felt his rage dissipate, he turned around and was ready to deal with the two on his right, only to see that Zhong Yuan suddenly chased up from behind. The purple spear in his hand was like a lightning glow flashing, piercing through the stomach of the enemy in front of him along with his horse, forcefully sending him flying. Hu Zhongyuan's mouth was agape. He felt that he was already really vicious, but who knew that this Zhong Yuan was even more vicious than him, directly piercing through the stomach of this person, breaking open his energy ocean. Even if he recovered in the future, he wouldn't be able to cultivate and would be a piece of trash. To think that this fellow could be so vicious within the Xian mountain city. He really didn't want to live. After this person was another 2 Meridian Xiantian master. Not only did he not show fear, but he was even more furious, holding a large spear and using the horse's momentum to stab over. Zhong Yuan was silent and unfazed. The purple spear in his hand suddenly disappeared, the spear's shadow disappearing. It wasn't until the two of them passed by each other that he suddenly thrust out his spear and easily pierced through the man's chest and abdomen. Similarly, the man was lifted up more than 30 feet into the air. Like a rag, he was tossed to the side. Chapter 179. Hu Zhong Yuan felt a chill down his spine. That spear was even more vicious. Just now, if Zhong Yuan used a little more strength, he would have been able to take his life. Now that his internal organs were all torn apart, to be able to keep his life was already not bad. He probably wouldn't be able to fight another person in his life. He looked behind him, only to see Zhong Shou sitting by the window expressionlessly, not reacting at all. He didn't have any intention to scold him. Hu Zhong Yuan's brows furrowed, joy appearing on his face. The hot blood in his body boiled as he continued to gallop forward. With such a master, what did he have to be afraid of? If he didn't like people, he would just kill them. Behind the city walls was a barbican. However, it was totally undefended, still wide open and not closed. It was pretty much unobstructed as Hu Zhong Yuan and Zhong Yuan charged past. Exiting the city gates of the barbican, in front of them was a huge path that was 700 feet wide. One could see that the inner walls of the city were carved with spiritual formation runes used to protect the city walls and city gates. However, they weren't activated yet. Left and right further away, there were many barracks which were in an uproar. At this moment, there were countless merchant groups and pedestrians on the main street. All of them were looking at Hu Zhong Yuan and Hu Zhong Yuan with incomparable astonishment as they charged in with murderous intent. Although there were hundreds of Xian Mountain city soldiers and martial masters who all went up to try to block them, the two of them were invincible and weren't stopped for even a moment. Hu Zhong Yuan didn't care whether or not he would hurt the innocent. As long as they blocked his path, he would slash them with a knife. Without hesitation, he took the lead and galloped towards the city lord's manor. On the other side, Zhong Yuan didn't care at all. He wanted Zhong Shou and Xian Mountain City to have a bad relationship, the worse the better. Spear shadows flew all about. Countless carriages that were either loaded with goods or carrying people were sent flying one by one. He only remembered Zhong Shou's orders. Apart from not killing people, he could do whatever he wanted. It caused cries to break out at the city gates as numerous people crazily fled. The shops on both sides of the street also hurriedly closed their doors, afraid that they would be implicated. Hu Zhong Yuan was in a mood of killing. He shouted wildly and used the back of his saber to send an innate expert who had rushed over flying into the distance. Then, he heard Zhong Shou's soft humph. He immediately woke up from his stupor and remembered that he had another task besides causing a ruckus. Rolling his eyes, he scolded out, "Xian Yuan Tong, you shameless person, hypocrite. My Junshang has treated you with kindness as heavy as a mountain, and this is how you repay him? If you want to break off the engagement, just say it. Be upright. Only a city lord like you would dare to resort to such despicable means." He knew Zhong Shou's intention. He was shouting with all his might. Wave after wave of true energy poured into his body. His voice shook the whole city. You can faintly hear it from dozens of miles away. "Xian Yuan Tong, didn't you boast of being righteous and benevolent? My Junshang's corpse hasn't even turned cold, and you are prepared to betray him? In the past, you offended someone, and Xian Mountain City was surrounded by 800,000 troops. Who was the one who came thousands of miles to help you out and save the lives of your Xian Mountain City? Your words sound nice, but when you do it, it really makes one laugh coldly. To think that your surname is Xian Yuan, what an insult to this surname." Numerous iron-armored martial cultivators rushed out of the barracks on both sides. When they heard those words, their faces flushed red. She felt both resentment and shame. However, no matter if they were willing to listen or not, that voice still drilled into their ears. Not only Xian Yuan Tong, you despicable and shameless. I think the people of Xian Mountain City are the same, biting the hand that feeds you. Moreover, 3 years ago, you were ambushed in Ruahai Straits, 400,000 people surrounded and pretty much out of grain and ammunition. Who was the one who put down his face to save you all? It was my Junshang. Haha. Now that he is gone, you all despise his son for not being good enough. Do you Xian Mountain City people have any face? What a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Hee. I, Hu Zhongyuan, will let you all know today. Even if my Junshang isn't here, my prince is still the future monster king of Gantian Mountain. How can you all bully him? Hu Zhongyuan seemed to have lost his temper, directly tearing open the front of his shirt. He suddenly felt that Zhong Yuan was getting close to him, which was why he was shocked. Unknowingly, a few martial ancestor experts had gotten close to the two of them and surrounded them. In front of them, there was a 40-year-old man holding a long spear, standing at the entrance of the street like a golden pillar. The moment the two of them got close, he stared furiously. Shut up. Our city lord has always been open and above board in his actions. How can you slander him? Those who offend my Xian Mountain City die. He was actually 6 meridians of the earth chakra level. Waving his spear, the energy blade was 700 feet long. Just the gust of wind that was emitted from it was enough to forcefully crush a few wooden buildings in the surroundings. The green stone slabs on the ground were all smashed into pieces, shrapnel flying all around. Not only this person, but within the houses on both sides, numerous people charged out, all of them martial ancestor experts. He charged over with an overbearing aura. Hu Zhongyin felt a chill in his heart, following which he opened his eyes wide, pulling himself up from the Windrider foal, waving his knife and slashing down furiously. Die, your mother! Tiger roar from all directions. All of you die. Before his words landed, the entire 1,000-feet area was filled with cold knife shadows. The aura was really domineering, covering the few people who charged over. He had trained this knife for 3 months. When he slashed out, he didn't care about his retreat path at all. Zhong Yuan's eyes turned cold, the purple spear in his hand flashing with a ball of lightning, stabbing towards the back of Hu Zhongyuan. In an instant, it clashed with numerous energies, pushing aside the few weapons that were attacking towards Hu Zhongyuan's back, following which a series of clanging sounds spread out in his ears, as well as a loud explosion. That spear-wielding man was actually sent flying to the side by a huge strength. He smashed tens of walls before stopping. He laid on the ground, his face gold-purple, who knows if he was dead or alive. The other few people were all forced aside by the knife attack, their faces all ashen white, their injuries varying. Hu Zhongyan laughed out loud once more, flipping his body and sitting back on the Windrider foal. Trash. You Xian Mountain City people are all trash. Girls, so many of you, and you can't do anything to me. If you have any ability, then just use it. If you can make me die here today, then you have the ability. Argantia Mountain City, for 1,000,000 troops, Iron Tiger race, 100,000 men, we won't bother with you. Zhong Shou smiled when he heard that, thinking that this Hu Zhongyuan had a weakness, which was that he thought too much and worried too much. He wasn't as direct as his father. At this moment, he scolded people in a polite manner, making him feel really unhappy. Actually, in his heart, he had much more anticipation. The last sentence was even more like a show of strength on the outside, but cowardly on the inside. What he meant was that he wanted to borrow the strength of Gantian Mountain to make these people not want to kill him. To say that he didn't bother, how was that possible? His heart moved slightly as he felt a few gazes looking over from a few miles away. When he looked back, he saw a few people standing at the top of a 9-story building in the direction of the city lord manor. They were either old or young, male or female. They were too far away and he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, one of them had a body similar to Xian Yuaniren. Zhong Shou instantly smiled sweetly, waving his hand in that direction. He didn't know whether or not Xian Yuaniren saw him. However, this righteous and benevolent girl was probably furious. Later, he had to say some nice things to coax her. At this moment, on that 9-story building, Xianyuan Iren's eyes were spitting fire. Zhongshu thought that she didn't see it, but actually, with the help of spells, she could see the situation tens of miles away clearly. However, in her heart, she really wanted to kick Zhongshu's face. Thinking to herself, you said that you wanted to meet your father-in-law to settle the marriage. And this is how you meet? Is my father someone you can scold? However, when she saw Zhongshu smile, her lips couldn't help but curl up. Who knew that this Prince Zhongshu would have such decisiveness? An exclamation suddenly sounded out on this tall building. Xianyuan Iren looked over in shock, only to see that the person who spoke was a man in a brocade robe. He was around 40, around the same age as her father. His face was squarish, carrying 2 Mandarin duck long knives on his back. His face was filled with surprise. She knew that this person was her father's right-hand man, one of the only 6 Xuanwu venerables in Xian Mountain City. His name was Tan Tao. Xianyuan Iren's ears couldn't help but prick up, wanted to hear what this person had to say. After Tan Tao praised, he frowned again. The current situation is a little problematic. City Lord Xianyuan was originally hesitant about this marriage. With these few people causing trouble, he would be unable to make up his mind and might even agree to the marriage. If he was angry and wanted to vent it, then that's okay. However, if he did it on purpose, then his schemes are really deep. This prince might not be able to cultivate, but he isn't a fool. Lysina wasn't willing to listen, rubbing the handkerchief in her hand. If he can't cultivate, then what's the use of being smart? If others want to kill him, a death warrior is enough. Do you want my Iren to be a widow? Tan Tao, those few fellows are so arrogant in our Xian Mountain City and insulted my husband. Can you just sit there and do nothing? Why don't you attack and kill them on the spot? That Zhongshu has too much to do with it, but killing those 2 is fine. Madam, we can't kill them. Tan Tao didn't hesitate and shook his head, although Xian Mountain City is strong and has Pill Fountain sect to rely on. However, the reason why we were able to gain a foothold in Tianlan province and become the overlord of a region, most of it is because of our relationship with Gantian Mountain. Once we turn on them, we will be attacked from both front and back. The identities of these 2 people are special, and they're juniors. If we attack, Xian Mountain City will have no face left. Lysina was furious. You can't do this, you can't do that. What's the point of having you? Tan Tao was deep in thought as he looked at the carriage that was rampaging on the streets, not caring at all. Chapter 180. Following which Tan Tao was deep in thought as he looked at the cloud-crossing carriage that was rampaging on the streets without any care. Actually, a year ago, I met Hu Qinxiu. I determined that this person had lost his sharpness, and within 10 years, he wouldn't be able to break through to 6 meridians of the Earth chakra level. He needed time to comprehend the ways of the world and not be blinded by the desire for power. Only then could he improve. That Zhongyuan was the same. Although his talent was high and he created his own martial arts, his spear technique had weaknesses. It was tough to improve further. However, looking at it now, not only did he break through to the martial ancestor realm, his spear strength was also more perfect. I really don't know what the 2 of them faced, seeing that Lysina's face was filled with impatience. Tan Tao smiled and quickly covered his mouth. These 2 people, one is the son of the Iron Tiger race leader, the other is the most outstanding talent of the Zhong family branch. Looking at the situation, they're willing to work for that Zhongshu, not hesitating to stir up trouble in our Xian Mountain City. What a surprise! Lysina wasn't a dumb person, and at this moment she was slightly shocked. Her expression started to turn serious. You are saying that Hu Qinxiu and even Zongyang are leaning towards this Zhongshu? How is that possible? That's right, if the 2 of them were just escorting Zhongshu back to Gantian Mountain, they wouldn't have risked their lives today. Tan Tao's tone was expressionless. I don't know about that Zongyang. Who knows, maybe today Zhongyuan acted on his own. But that Hu Qinxiu placed his son beside this prince, his attitude is clear. Lysina's expression changed once more. Although she was a woman, she roughly knew about the situation of Gantian Mountain. One Wei already controlled 30% of the military strength of Gantian Mountain. If one added in the Iron Tiger race, it would be enough to settle the situation, causing half of the powers in Gantian Mountain City to lean towards Zhongshou. If one added in Zhongyang, the others wouldn't have a chance at all. Her gaze was uncertain, filled with both annoyance and confusion. Just at that moment, a male at the side scoffed coldly. Who cares about Hu Qinxiu and Zhongyang? These two people are so unrestrained. They are bullying my Xian Mountain City. Those who insulted the city lord deserved to be killed. You, Tan Tao, can tolerate it, but I Luo Xian can't. Being able to use the blood of these two as a sacrifice for my ancient sun axe is not bad. If you make me angry, I'll kill that Zhongshou too. This person was only 34 or 35 years old. He carried a bronze axe on his back, and his face was flushed red. The messy beard under his chin was like steel needles. When he didn't speak earlier, no one could ignore him. When he spoke at this moment, he immediately displayed a domineering aura that caused others to raise their eyebrows. With a leap, he jumped down from the 500-foot tall 9-story pagoda. When he stepped on the ground, a loud rumble could be heard. In just a few steps, he was several miles away. He flew swiftly towards the direction of the chaos. Only then did Li Sina smile and show a joyful expression. However, in the next instance, her face turned cold and mocking. This Luo Xian is bloodthirsty and arrogant. He will do what he says. Since he said that, he definitely won't show mercy and let go of the lives of Hu Zhongyuan and Zhongshou. Why didn't General Tan persuade him just now? There's no need. The lives of these two aren't in Luo Xian's hands, but in the city lord's. Tan Tao shook his head, not bothering at all. Following which his tone changed. The city lord's wife might have misunderstood something. Even if this Zhongshou is smart and obtained the help of Hu Qinxiu, he still isn't a good match for Miss Erin. That piece of trash isn't good enough. Be it for her life or for the future of our Xian Mountain City, it's best to end this marriage. Only then did Li Sina turn from annoyance to joy. However, the worry in her eyes didn't fade away. Tan Tao didn't even need to look and knew what she was thinking. He smiled and explained, "You don't have to worry. Do you think the city lord is a person who cares about his reputation? How is that possible?" Li Sina's brows furrowed. She was really clear about her husband's personality. If he really cared about his reputation, he wouldn't have married a demon sect disciple like me and caused so much trouble for Xian Mountain City. That's right, the city lord doesn't care about his reputation. He only cares about Miss Erin. As long as you act from there, no matter how those few people scold you won't be able to shake his heart. The stronger the prince is and the deeper he is dragged into Gantian Mountain, the more uneasy the city lord will be. Tan Tao nodded his head. His tone was as if he had a card up his sleeve. It was as if he was giving pointers. However, just in case, we still need to spread the news of this crown prince as soon as possible. Yunxia Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain didn't know where he was. Now that this kid shows himself, those two monster kings won't allow him to live. It's best if this prince dies early. Li Sina was originally surprised, but when she heard that, her face turned ashen white, showing a disapproving expression. Tan Tao didn't care, smiling and bowing to Xianyuan Erin. "Miss Erin, don't blame me. Everything I plan is for your future and the well-being of the millions of people in Xian Mountain City. If I offend you, please don't blame me." Xianyuan Erin curled her lips in disdain. She originally thought that this person would be different from others, but in the end, he was still the same. People's hearts were like that. 10 years ago, when her father wanted to marry her mother, he caused hundreds of thousands of troops to surround Xian Mountain. Relying on the help of Gantian Mountain, they were able to get out. A few years ago, it was Zhong Weiran who helped the hundreds of thousands of people in Xian Mountain City escape. Speaking of which, he saved the lives of half of the people in the city. However, when that Gantian Mountain Monster King died for just a few months, not only did her mother forget about him saving her, but even people like Tan Tao wanted to kill Zhongshou. Out of the millions of people in the city, no one seemed to remember Zhong Weiran's kindness. Thinking about that, Xianyuan Irin was at a loss. Was the path of righteousness and benevolence that she insisted on so unsuitable? The rage in her heart towards Zhong Shou also dissipated by a little. Pretty much everyone in Xian Mountain City didn't like Zhong Shou. There were even people who hated him to the bone and wanted to take his life. Zhong Shou scolded a few words, but it didn't seem like much. If it was her, she would be furious too. For some reason, she felt pity for Zhong Shou and wanted to cry out for him. Using a dual meridian body to cultivate, going through so many trials and betrayals since young, to think that he was able to smile so brightly. However, the pity of others was unnecessary for Zhong Shou. Even if that person was smashed into the depths of hell, he would use his own hands to climb out. Usually he looked really casual, like he didn't care about anything, but he had an unbreakable backbone. Thinking about that, Xianyuan Irin didn't bother about the path of righteousness and benevolence. She only looked at the carriage in the distance and was stunned. On the long street, it was filled with the sounds of killing. Hu Zhongyuan and Zhong Yuan, one in front and one behind, galloped on the hundreds of feet wide streets. The carriage that Zhong Shou sat on followed closely behind. Although the speed of the group was swift, they didn't stop at all. However, on the streets, dense amounts of armored soldiers had started to appear. However, they weren't able to form up. Under Hu Zhongyuan's Tiger King knife, they weren't able to hold on for even a moment. Their forward momentum was like a piece of rotten bamboo. Under Zhong Yuan's purple lightning spear, there were even fewer people who were able to escape unscathed. Apart from that spear-wielding brute and those few martial ancestors, pretty much no one was able to stop the two of them for a moment, allowing the two Wind Rider foals to charge on the streets. At this moment, they were only a few miles away from the City Lord Manor. With his Xiantian realm, Zhong Shou could clearly see the situation above the 500-foot-tall building. As expected, that girl was Xianyuan Irin. However, her eyes didn't move at all as she looked over at him in a daze. Weird. Could it be that this girl missed me too much in the past few months? Why is she so infatuated with me now? Zhong Shou found it weird, following which he felt a little delighted. Thinking that after he reincarnated, did he become a love saint? He made Xianyuan Irin fall for him so quickly. In his last life, he didn't have such ability. He touched his face, considering whether or not it was because of his looks. Following which he felt Ruo Shui's back straighten. The hand that was holding the sword suddenly clenched tightly. Prince, they have moved their crossbows. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed as he looked out of the window. As expected, he saw a bunch of martial masters jump up from the houses on both sides, holding bows and crossbows as they pointed over. These martial masters only had 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of strength. If it was just one, no matter how accurate their archery skills were, it wouldn't be much of a threat to a martial ancestor whose skin was as tough as iron and stone. However, if there were thousands of arrows shooting over, one couldn't help but worry. If there were tens of Xiantian masters amongst them, they might have the ability to kill a martial ancestor. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly. If these people really used crossbows, he would be happy to see it, as he naturally had a way to deal with it. In the next moment, his eyes constricted as he felt a strong and violent aura cross the air and arrive in the sky above. Earth Chakra, 7 Meridians, Xuanwu Ancestor. Hu Zhongyuan had sensed it long ago, exploding out with all the strength in his body right away. The Tiger King knife energy charged 99 feet and struck up into the sky. At the same time, a huge bronze axe suddenly appeared 1,000 feet above the ground and chopped down. When the knife and axe clashed, the entire stone street was instantly smashed into pieces. Pretty much all the houses within 8,000 feet were smashed into pieces by the wind. It was a total mess. Hu Zhongyan only felt a sweetness in his mouth. His 4 limbs felt like they were about to be crushed. Without any suspense, his body was sent flying by this tyrannical power. He slid 2,000 feet on the ground before finally stopping, just as his energy was in a mess and he was unable to use any strength. That giant axe shadow only paused for a moment before it chased after him. The huge axe energy seemed like it was about to smash him into pieces. Hu Zhongyuan's eyes opened wide in rage, wanting to get up and fight once more. However, numerous wounds appeared all over his body. The energy that he had just gathered up also dissipated. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He most probably didn't have a chance today. Just now, he was really crazy. Why did he listen to the prince's advice and not show mercy at all and charge in without any care for his life? The Eyre Tiger race had such a problem. Once their blood boiled, they would forget everything. Their brains were muddled. They were dead this time. To be continued. Chapter 181. Hu Zhongyuan closed his eyes and waited for death. Within the carriage, a sword suddenly stabbed out. Suddenly, he thrust out his sword. When the sword light flashed out, it was not only soundless, but also seemingly transparent. However, it didn't save Hu Zhongyuan, directly stabbing towards where the axe came from, only to hear a low scoff in the air. The sky, full of axe light, instantly retracted. It turned and slashed towards the direction of the carriage. The sword and axe crossed in midair, but they didn't collide. With a light cracking sound, they separated. A graceful figure suddenly appeared on the cloud-crossing carriage. 1,000 feet away, a 40-year-old middle-aged man appeared. He held an ancient copper axe. His face was really ugly. At this moment, he was furious. A speck of blood appeared on his chest and gradually dyed his clothes red. Ruoshui was on the carriage, holding a long sword. She looked forwards expressionlessly. There was no expression on her face at all. Her aura was as soft as water, just like her sword. It was totally different from the person holding the axe. Although she was naturally seductive, when she was quiet, she didn't have any sense of presence. If it wasn't for her being at the center of everyone's attention, she would have been ignored. Luo Xian's expression was uncertain. Looking at the sword in her hand that was close to transparent under the sunlight, he was filled with fear. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, just as the violent energy was getting thicker and thicker. Suddenly, the door of the cloud-crossing carriage was opened. Zhong Shou yawned, looking like he hadn't woken up yet as he walked down from the carriage. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Looking around, Zhong Shou rubbed his eyes. His expression was one of shock, following which he raged. What is going on? Hu Zhongyuan, didn't I tell you to wait outside the city gates? Why are you fighting with Xian Mountain City? Who attacked first? This is my future, you family. How can I offend them? The two of you are really unreasonable. Why aren't you apologizing? Luo Xian was so furious that he wanted to spit out blood. Just now, this kid was looking on with interest. Now, in front of so many people, he acted like he had just woken up. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Just as he was furious, the ancient sun axe in his hand, giving off an energy glow once more. Zhong Shou's face turned cold, looking over coldly. You are Luo Xian of Xian Mountain City? Although my two servants are in the wrong, you just need to punish them. Why do you need to be so heavy-handed? Is your Xian Mountain City prepared to break the alliance and be enemies with Argantian Mountain? Luo Yin felt suffocated again. He felt a wave of resentment in his chest that could not be released. Just as he was about to go all out to kill this Gantian Mountain prince, a shout spread out from the distance. Stop! A man dressed in black armor suddenly broke through the layers of armored soldiers in front of him. He was riding a colt that had 3 horns on its head and was almost twice the size of the Wind Rider foal. His face was handsome, his lips red. Who knew how old he was? Only that he was around 30. His hands were empty as he galloped in front of the carriage. Be it Ruoshui or Hu Zhongyuan, he didn't care about them at all. Just as the many Xian Mountain City martial cultivators were surprised, this person got off the horse and bowed. Xian Mountain City, Zhu Junho greets the prince. In the past, your father once saved my life. Zhu Junho has always been grateful to him. Zhong Shou was startled, thinking to himself that this Xian Mountain City actually had someone who knew how to be polite and grateful. How rare. Seeing that person stand up, his expression turned cold. Since my Xian Mountain City and Gantian Mountain formed an alliance, we went all out. I don't know why the prince allowed me to injure people in my Xian Mountain city and scold my city lord. So you also know that our two families are allies? Zhongsho scoffed, turning towards Hu Zhongyuan, who had climbed up, and asked, Zhongyuan, just now how long did we wait outside? Hu Zhongyuan was in so much pain that he grimaced. When he heard that, he was pumped up, putting out 4 fingers. 8 hours from morning till night. We waited for 8 hours. So it was only 8 hours. No wonder I didn't sleep enough. So sleepy. Zhongsho yawned once more, his eyes filled with sleepiness. This is how Xian Mountain City treats their guests? Why don't we return outside and wait for a while? Zhu Juanho's brows furrowed, his gaze stabbing towards Luo Xian like lightning. That Luo Xian also felt slightly awkward, following which he scoffed furiously and turned his head away. A person who can't even protect himself, who doesn't know his place, why see him? Little Miss can't marry such a piece of trash. My Xian Mountain City can't accept him. When Zhongsho heard that, he laughed coldly. So that's the case. I already know what City Lord Xinyuan wants. Since this place doesn't welcome me, then I won't be willing to stay any longer, Zhongsho. Let's go. He didn't say anything more, waving his sleeves and walking back to the carriage. Chu Shui rolled her eyes, immediately turning the carriage and heading towards the city gate. Hu Zhongyin and Zhong Yuan didn't say a word, riding the Wind Rider foals once more and following behind the carriage. When Zhu Junho saw that, his face alternated between green and white. He stared viciously at Luo Xian and bowed. Prince, please wait. Just now, City Lord Xianyuan has ordered to personally meet you in Taigang Hall. Zhongsho stayed in the carriage, not making a sound. Zhu Junho frowned once more. In the end, it turned into a sigh, his expression more respectful. My Xian Mountain City will give you an explanation for today's matter. Luo Xian was furious. Just as he was about to speak, he felt that Zhu Junho's cold eyes were still looking over here. His heart turned cold, unable to say anything more. The so-called Taigang Hall wasn't within Xian Mountain City, but on Xian Mountain behind the city. The so-called Xian Mountain was 2,400 feet high, reaching into the clouds. Other than the side facing the Xian Mountain, the other sides were all huge rocks that were comparable to fine steel. The walls were thousands of feet tall. The mountain was majestic, becoming the natural city wall of Xian Mountain City. As long as 10,000 people defended, it couldn't be broken. Even on the side towards Xian Mountain City, it was extremely steep. Luckily, there was a winding mountain path that led to the peak. The cloud crossing carriage pretty much traveled on all terrain, barely being able to pass through here. Chu Shui didn't need to drive and was changed back by Zhong Yuan. At this moment, she was beside Zhongsho, blinking curiously. Young master, we caused such a ruckus and nothing happened at all. Just now Shui was terrified, thinking that uncle would most probably die. Zhongsho smiled and didn't reply. How could they really turn on one another? Everyone thought that Zhongsho wanted to go to Xian Mountain City. However, how many people could see clearly that when Gantian Mountain's power shrank? From the previous 9 provinces to 5, the Xian Mountain City wasn't important to Gantian Mountain. Zhong Weiran had the heart to swallow the world, which was why he set up a trap here, using Xian Mountain City as the east barrier. He could attack the west without any worries. However, now that he died, whether or not Gantian Mountain could protect itself was a problem. This Xian Mountain City instead became a burden, affecting a portion of their strength. However, Zhongsho was a person with no ambition. If it wasn't for Xianyuan Irin, he wouldn't bother about the life and death of the people in the city. He could just suck up to Pill Fountain Sect and Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect. Let's see if these sects could protect this city. If it was Lingyun's sect, it would be more likely. Other people only thought that Pill Fountain Sect and Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect were strong, having over 10 ascended ancestors. That Xian Mountain City Lord would definitely know the details. Seeing that he didn't reply, Chu Shui wanted to know more and more. She tugged at his sleeves, her eyes watery, a begging expression on her face. Zhongsho glanced at her and then curled his lips in disdain. Even if I say it, Shui, can you understand? Think about the position of Xian Mountain City and how many troops we have in Tianlan province. Nearby, what benefits can our Gantian mountain get? Chu Shue was immediately enraged. This was simply looking down on her intelligence. Even if the one who said that was her prince, she couldn't take it. Suppressing the urge to punch Zhong Shou's head, Chu Shue sat down with a solemn face and was prepared to enter deep thought. This time she had to think clearly so that this fellow wouldn't dare to underestimate her. However, moments later, her eyes were getting more and more confused. Position? Troops? Benefits? Why was it getting more and more complicated? On the contrary, Ruo Shui, who laid back on the soft bed, was deep in thought. Zhong Shou didn't bother about Chu Shue, looking out of the window. Who knows if he was worried that they would cause trouble once more. At this moment, on the left and right, there was a black mass of iron-armored cavalry. Dozens of Xiantian experts were protecting these two places, amongst which there were 4 martial ancestor experts. They were both vigilant and resentful. From time to time, they would look over in his direction. Zhong Shou didn't care at all, acting like nothing had happened as he waved his hand towards Zhu Junho. The latter was startled. After hesitating slightly, he rode his horse to the side of the window. After bowing, he said warily, "What matter does the prince have for me?" Zhong Shou sized this person up and down like he was deeply in love. Only when Zhu Junho started to feel terrified did he smile. Why doesn't uncle live in the city and instead on the mountain? What kind of place is that Taiging Hall? Zhu Junho instantly calmed down. However, he hesitated for a moment before replying. "It's okay to tell the prince about this matter. The city lord has stopped caring about city matters in recent years and has been focusing on the martial path. 3 years ago, due to his martial path bottleneck, he was unable to improve. Thus, he ordered people to build a giant stone hall on Xian Mountain. It was made from Taiging stone, and he also hired a few returned to his son's spirit masters to carve a spiritual formation. The energy within spread, and once all martial cultivators and spirit masters enter, they wouldn't be able to use any true qi or soul power. He wanted to suppress his cultivation and start from the lowest point to try and analyze his martial path to make up for his weaknesses. This is really common amongst martial cultivators. It seems like the prince's family has learned a lot, and you should have heard of it. Thanks to the blessings of this palace, I have also made great progress recently." Chapter 182. Zhong Shou was enlightened. Naturally, he had heard of such a method before. Many martial masters would choose such a method when breaking through to the ascended ancestor realm. However, an entire stone palace made of Taiging rock was truly extravagant. It was all made of Taiging rock. No wonder it was called the Taiging Hall, such a direct name. Just the purchase of these rocks alone cost a fortune. The grade 4 mine stones used every year would be no less than a few hundred. Actually, in his last life, before he broke through to the ascended realm in real life, he did something similar. However, at that time, he didn't need to spend so much effort. He could directly create a few Smurfs in God Emperor to kill and challenge people. At that time, it was a bloody storm, killing people like flies. Although he didn't truly kill people, his sword was proven in actual battle. True sword techniques. However, suppressing true qi. Didn't that mean that even a 9-meridian Xuanwu ancestor wouldn't be much stronger than him? Why did he suddenly have such a bad feeling? This Zhu Junho was a really careful person. Apart from talking about the Taiging Hall matter, no matter what Zhong Shou asked, he would say that he didn't know, keeping his mouth shut. In the end, Zhong Shou felt that it was boring and gave up on the idea of getting information from this person. When they reached the peak of the mountain, they used a full hour. Zhong Shou looked out of the window, only to see that this place had been leveled, forming a 100,000 feet wide platform. At the edges of the platform were many crossbow carriages. They were all tens of feet wide, and the strings were made of beast tendons mixed with iron. There were a total of 400 of them, protecting the entire Xian Mountain city, making one scalp go numb. In the center of this place, there was a giant stone hall. It was 100 feet tall and 1,000 feet wide. It was all made of red Taiging rock. The moment Zhong Shou got close, he felt that the internal energy in his body was being suppressed. When Zhong Shou came down from the carriage, he saw a bunch of people waiting at the bottom of the stone steps. Not only was Xin Yuan Irin there was also a middle-aged lady and a man in his 40s wearing a brocade robe and carrying a mandarin duck blade. There was also a young man who was standing on the stairs and looking down at him coldly. Other than the latter, the two people in front of him were standing on top of the tall building, so he had seen them before. Especially this noblewoman. He had some impression of her. As for the other one, it should be the other black tortoise ancestor of Xian Mountain City, Tan Tao. Before he came here, Hu Zhongyuan had mentioned it to him. He more or less knew about the people of Xian Mountain City. Zhong Shou's expression immediately turned solemn. He straightened his robe and walked in front of the middle-aged lady. He bowed deeply. Zhong Shou greets mother-in-law. It's been 10 years since we last met. Is mother-in-law doing well? It was Zhong Shou's misfortune that he was only able to see his mother-in-law's face once in 10 years. It was really a pity. All these years, he had always regretted it. Oh, right. I remember that day my father told me about the two of you. He said that the relationship between father-in-law and mother-in-law was stronger than gold, making one envious. He said that in the future, Zhong Shou and Irin would be like you and the city lord, loving each other. Li Sina's complexion immediately changed, turning green and red. Her eyes were filled with shame, but more than that, there was anger. This kid was really annoying. He purposely brought up what happened 10 years ago. Wasn't he purposely mocking her for being ungrateful? However, at this moment, she could only suppress her anger, reaching out her hand to help him up, acting like a virtuous and kind person as she smiled. Prince, please rise. The marriage between you and Irin hasn't been settled. It's best if you don't call her mother-in-law. Before she could finish her sentence, a soft sneer came from the top of the stairs. How shameless. I gave you some face, and you were prepared to open a dye shop. Irin is a direct disciple of my pill fountain sect. How can you get close to her? Zhong Shou, you should know your place. You should scram out of Xian Mountain City yourself. Zhong Shou felt weird, looking at that person and saying in shock, who is this person? No matter how he looked at him, he felt that this person was similar to Long Batian. A smile appeared on Li Sina's face. However, the one who replied was Tan Tao. This is Xin Yuan Irin's senior brother, Pill Fountain Sect's 6th direct disciple Feng Shu. He came to our Xian Mountain City as a guest. He is a righteous person and loves to speak up for justice. If the prince is free, you can make friends with him. Pill Fountain Sect? So he is an outsider. Zhong Shou replied with an "oh," nodding his head in understanding. How rude. After saying that, he turned around and didn't bother anymore. He didn't look at Xin Yuan Irin. His eyes were solemn as he waited quietly at the bottom of the stone steps. He was as calm as a mountain and also gave off a righteous aura. That Feng Shu didn't like Zhong Shou. At this moment his eyes were cold, filled with killing intent as he looked up and down at Zhong Shou. Tan Tao was also slightly surprised, his gaze turning dark and cold as he swept over. Zhong Shou was annoyed by this person, scolding him in his heart for being cunning and being more wary. Since this Feng Shu spoke up for justice, then the one who wasn't righteous was him. Only a dog that didn't bark was the scariest. After waiting for a moment, Zhu Junho, who went in to report, had returned. He walked to the side of Zhong Shou to show that he didn't dare to be in front of him, lowering his body and raising his hand. Prince, please. City Lord Xin Yuan has been unwell these few days, and it isn't convenient for him to personally welcome you. He is waiting in the hall. Zhong Shou smiled and led the way up the stone steps. Just as he walked in, he felt his aura being pushed below Xian Tian. Then, he looked opposite. A white-bearded male was sitting in the hall. White beard and white hair, but his face was red and healthy, looking really young. He looked like he was only 20, not much older than Xin Yuan Irin. He was no different from the Xin Yuan Tong from 10 years ago in Zhong Shou's memory. Zhong Shou was looking at this person, that Xin Yuan Tong was also sizing him up. His expression was filled with sadness and also a little emotional. Once the group of people entered, the door made of mysterious metal was shut with a loud bang. Zhongsho was shocked, looking behind him, thinking to himself that this Xian mountain city was planning to catch a turtle in a jar. Li Sina brought Xianyuan Irin, Tan Tao, Luo Xian, and the others to sit on the right. Zhu Junho directly stood beside Xianyuan Tong, his hands behind his back. Xianyuan Tong looked at Zhongsho before retracting his gaze, slightly nodding his head. "Nephew, please sit. There's no need to be so courteous." Zhongsho still bowed deeply before sitting opposite Xianyuan Tong, without any courtesy. In terms of identity, as the next monster king of Gantian Mountain, he was better than Xianyuan Tong. However, their seniority was a full generation apart. This bow was for the friendship between the two families and also for Xianyuan Irin. The hall was empty. Only the few of them were left. Ruo Shui didn't follow on the carriage. Hu Zhongyuan and Chu Shui sat behind Zhongsho. Xianyuan Tong waved his sleeves again. A few servants walked over and placed a table in front of them. Not only were there fruits and delicacies, there was also wine. However, no one bothered about it. Even Chu Shui sat stiffly. The atmosphere within the stone hall was really solemn and depressed. In the end, it was Xianyuan Tong who spoke first. "Does the prince know why I could only stay in this Taigang hall these 2 years?" Zhongsho was startled, based on what Zhu Junho said. Wasn't he trying to break through to the ascended ancestor? Was there another reason? Thinking back to before, Zhu Junho mentioned that Xianyuan Tong had a disease. At that time, he found it weird. A 9-meridian Xuanwu ancestor with millions of kilograms of strength, able to split mountains and split stones. How could he have an illness? At that time, he thought that the city lord was purposely acting cold and unhappy. Now, listening to his words, did he really have some problems? Since it was to rethink my martial path and investigate my foundations. It was also because I was too anxious to cultivate and had some problems. I could only use this Taiging Hall to suppress my meridians and slowly plan. Without waiting for him to reply, Xianyuan Tong had already opened his mouth to explain. Then, he asked once more, "Then does the prince know that my brother Weiran might not be dead?" The moment he said that, the entire hall was in an uproar. Not only were Li Sina and Tan Tao shocked, but even Zhongyuan and Hu Zhongyuan all stood up, their eyes filled with shock. This time Zhongsho was totally stunned. Coming to this era, this was the first time someone told him that Zhong Weiran might still be alive. Thinking about it slightly, Zhongsho's back was even straighter, sitting upright, his eyes looking straight at Xianyuan Tong. "Does the city lord know the details? Are you willing to tell me?" Xianyuan Tong smiled, filling the wine cup in front of him and raising it towards Zhongsho. Zhongsho was helpless and could only drink it. He only felt that this wine was really strong and strong. The moment he drank it, he felt dizzy from the rush. However, he didn't care. As a martial artist, drinking this bit of wine wasn't much. Later on, he would use true qi to force it out, only to hear Xianyuan Tong say expressionlessly, "I don't know the details." However, although that Oblivion Cloud Ocean is a death place, it is only to us Earth Chakra cultivators. If one was above the Ascended Realm, they might not die. Samuraim's eyes constricted, forgetting to expel the wine. "City Lord means that my father is already an ascended ancestor? The prince knows so little." Xianyuan Tong shook his head and drank another cup. Actually, Brother Weiran had already ascended to the ascended ancestor 6 years ago. Until half a year ago, he couldn't hide it anymore and was found by a few hidden sections. He had no choice but to hide in the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. That place is a death place to us, but in his eyes, it might be a path to life. The prince should know that in the cloud world, there is a rule that people above the Ascended Realm can't join in the conflicts of the 5 continents. Brother Weiran has broken that rule. Zhongsho drank another cup of wine, only feeling that his brain wasn't enough. In his memory, didn't Zhong Weiran only enter the Ascended Realm after escaping from the Oblivion Cloud Ocean? However, his chief father didn't fear the 3 spiritual grandmasters of the Lingyun sect. At that time, he was probably far from the Ascended Ancestor Realm. But why did this person die later on? Why was he surrounded and killed by so many experts? In an instant, It was like cold water was dripping down from head to toe. He totally gave up on the thought of surpassing that person in terms of cultivation before Zone Weiran escaped. Chapter 183. Your father and I are really close, which is why I know some things about him. Not only did he deal with your Sky Fox Eight-tail royal race, Shwe family. These few years, he has fought everywhere and wiped out many chess pieces of hidden sections. He has enemies all over and was just waiting for Brother Weiran to step into the Ascended Ancestor realm. The reason why I was in a rush to break through was to help him. Unfortunately, I failed at the last minute. Every time Xin Yuan Tong said a sentence, he would raise his cup once. It caused Zhong Shou to have no choice but to drink too. The entire Taiging Hall was silent as they listened to this Xian Mountain City Lord talk about these secrets. Only Feng Shu was expressionless. With his identity as a direct disciple of the Pill Fountain sect, he had heard about these matters long ago. However, half a year ago, I specially went to find out about the results of the battle, which is why I know that although Brother Weiran was heavily injured and forced into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean by many ascended ancestors. However, no one was able to confirm whether he was dead or alive. Naturally, no one could prove that he was still alive. Since the situation is like that, I can only wait until I break through to the Ascended Realm and personally head over to the Cloud Ocean to investigate. Don't blame me for not helping you. It's okay if I don't interfere in the Gantian Mount matter. If I help you now, not only will my Xian Mountain city be in danger of collapsing, but I will also cause you to die. As he said that, Xin Yuan Tong's eyes suddenly constricted. His knife-like gaze stared right at Zhong Shou. So, Prince, you should know that I, Xin Yuan Tong, have never let things go cold. I don't care what other people think, but I don't want you to misunderstand. Those few words were really powerful, causing the hall to reverberate. However, Zhong Shou's expression didn't change, and he was really calm. Xin Yuan Tong was slightly shocked. However, when he saw that every time he drank, Zhong Shou had no choice but to follow, he was delighted. Prince, you don't need to do that. Due to the weakness of my cultivation method, I have no choice but to drink this medicinal wine to suppress it. You can do whatever you want. Zhong Shou instantly cursed out. Why didn't you say that earlier? At this time, he was already slightly drunk, and his head was a little dizzy. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his real qi and began to force the wine out of his body. However, when Zhong Shou circulated the world-shaking true energy, his expression suddenly changed. The moment the spiral energy came into contact with it, it increased its strength. First, the flames were ignited, and the wine helped the fire to grow stronger, causing it to shake violently. Even the other half of the water element true power couldn't suppress it. Then, there was another explosion of lightning, and the battle became even more chaotic. If that was all, he could still deal with it. But then, for some reason, various parts of his body started to show signs of instability. The unawakened human race bloodline actually started to stir, showing signs of suppressing the heavenly fox bloodline. Fortunately, his fleshly body was strong now. He hurriedly restrained his world-shaking true energy, allowing the wine to dissipate on its own. Then, he instinctively rotated his fire and water Jinqi at a high speed, creating a centrifugal repulsive force. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. He felt really weird in his heart. He didn't think that his technique would have such a flaw. Who knows how this wine was brewed? It wasn't a celestial brew grade, but the wine was even stronger. In just a short moment, it had already started to flare up. Not only did his mind feel a little dizzy, even his Yuan spirit was a little unclear. Xin Yuan Tong didn't notice anything, his face turning dark. I, Xin Yuan Tong, can go all out for Brother Weiran and do anything. I can give up my life, but only Irin. I am unable to use her life to repay Brother Weiran. Do you understand the heart of a liquor? Li Sina and the others were delighted when they heard that. Zhong Shou smiled to himself. If this Xin Yuan Tong didn't lie, he was a decent person. He was loyal to his brothers and loved his children. He liked them a lot. However, He couldn't give in to him for today's matter. Thinking about it seriously, Zhong Shou's expression turned expressionless. Uncle telling me all this means that you're going to break your promise and cancel marriage. Xin Yuan Tong was slightly disappointed, breaking out into a smile. It is my wishful thinking. If you're a few years older and have children and become a father, then maybe I can understand. However, whether or not to break this marriage, I haven't made up my mind. He looked at Zhong Shou. Is the one behind you the son of Hu Qinqiu? Earth chakra, 6 meridians. Not bad. With this person beside you, it seems like brother who has made up his mind. Speaking of which, the Gantian Mountain Monster King position is most probably yours. Do you know that the more it is so, the more worried I am? Do you know that a few months ago, I allowed Erin to search for you? Was it because I wanted her to bring you away from the Cloud Continent to avoid trouble? Since you left, why did you come back? Xin Yuan Erin was instantly moved, looking at Xin Yuan Tong in shock. It was obvious that she didn't expect it. Zhong Shou had already expected it, but he didn't reply, quietly waiting for him to continue. However, before Xin Yuan Tong spoke, Li Sina suddenly shed tears, like she was suppressing her sadness. Husband, I don't care if you want to help your brother. Werin has helped our family a lot. If you want to fight to the death, I have no complaints. That is a matter of course. But what about our daughter? If that mysterious moon with brilliance method has weaknesses, or if something happens to the prince, how will she live in the future? Zhong Shou's eyes opened wide, his mouth agape. He was in awe. This person was really amazing. Tears came so easily, and there was nothing unnatural about it. However, listening to his words, his love for Xin Yuan Erin was really deep. The one who spoke next was Tan Tao, his brows furrowed. City Lord Wife's words aren't appropriate. Gantia Mountain seems to be in danger, but is actually safe. On the contrary, our Xian Mountain City still has strong enemies. In the future, we still have to rely on Gantia Mountain. Our safety is in the hands of others, controlled by the prince. The decades of reputation of the city lord can't be tarnished. This marriage can't be annulled. Moreover, the prince has Hu Qinqiu's support, and the Gantian Mountain Monster King position is in the bag. Those hidden sects won't bother about it. Actually, you don't have to worry. Zhong Shou couldn't help but feel weird glancing at this person. This person was really amazing. His words were really smart. What a way to goad him. What a way to advance by retreating. However, this person knew that the situation was like that, but still said those words. Did he really have something to rely on to turn Xian Mountain City from danger to safety? What kind of thoughts were they having? Looking at Xin Yuan Tong's face, as expected, it was alternating between green and white, changing constantly. That Luo Xian seemed like he couldn't take it anymore, scoffing furiously. What nonsense are you saying? 15 years ago, our Xian Mountain City had less than 100,000 troops, ruling just 800 miles. However, we were still able to gain a foothold in Tianlan province. Now that we are tens of thousands of miles, we have a majestic city to rely on, many cities under us, enough to raise 1 million troops. Why are we so afraid? City Lord, I don't care so much. I watched Miss Erin grow up. Luo Xian, definitely won't let her marry a piece of trash. Zhong Shou's lips couldn't help but twitch. On his forehead, he was going to have another label of scum. However, at this moment, he didn't have the heart to bother about it. He only felt that the alcohol in his body was rumbling. His brain was getting more and more confused, but he didn't dare to chase it away. Xin Yuan Tong's brows were tightly furrowed. A moment later he sighed. Erin, you head out first. Xin Yuan Erin raised her head in shock, opening her mouth to speak. She saw that Xin Yuan Tong's face was really solemn, not giving her a chance to speak as he opened his mouth once more. Get out. Xin Yuan Erin's heart sank once more, hesitating for a moment before walking out of the hall. Before she left, she looked worriedly at Zhong Shou and the others, only to see that Zhong Shou's face was flushed red. She couldn't help but find it weird, but she didn't have time to think too much about it. 3 months ago, when they broke up, Zhong Shou promised her that he would handle this matter properly. With his eloquence, he would definitely be able to change Xin Yuan Tong's mind. Once Xianyuan Irin stepped out of the hall doors closed once more. Only then did Xianyuan Tong fill up the wine bottle in front of him, saying calmly, "Actually, this matter should have ended long ago. When the prince came, I was still hesitating, but now that I have seen the prince, I have made my decision. How about you give up on the marriage between you and Irin?" Zhongsho's mind couldn't think clearly anymore. Originally, he was prepared to speak, but who knows where the arrogant and eloquent Tao Tao had run to. His eyes were lost as he thought for half a day, but he still didn't get anything. He could only shake his head. "No." Xianyuan Tong's brows furrowed slightly. "Then what does the prince want for you to give up? I am in the wrong for this matter. No matter what requests you have, money, troops, as long as it is within my ability, I will go all out to get it for you. If you have made up your mind, I will go all out to help you ascend to the position of Gantian Mountain Monster King." Zhongsho thought for half a day before speaking out once more. "Xianyuan City Lord seems to only have Irin as a daughter, right?" Everyone in the hall was startled. Just as they didn't know what he meant, Zhongsho laughed. "If I marry Irin, won't this Xian Mountain City be mine in the future? Anyways, I will definitely marry Irin. I like this daughter-in-law." At this moment, even the few people behind Zhongsho had their mouths agape. After Hu Zhongyuan recovered from his shock, he immediately showed a look of respect. As expected of the crown prince, he really respected him. When Feng Shu heard that, he burst out laughing. "It is the first time I have seen such a shameless person like you. You have already said things to such an extent and are still so thick-skinned and shameless. To say that you are scum is not wrong." Li Sina was so furious that her face turned green. Luo Xian clenched his fists tightly, his joints cracking like he wanted to smash Zhongsho into pieces. He suppressed his rage and laughed coldly. "My family's Miss Irin is a genius. She was chosen as a direct disciple by the Pill Fountain sect at 12. Her pill refining skills are said to be unparalleled in the same generation. Crown Prince, what virtue and ability do you have to ask yourself if you are worthy of her? Do you have the ability to protect her for the rest of her life? The city lord asking you is giving you face. Even if our Xian Mountain City goes against this marriage, what can you do to me? Do you believe that I will destroy all of you here today?" "Shut up," Xianyuan Tong hollered, causing Luo Xian to shut up, following which his voice turned cold. "My subordinate's words are a little rough, but he is right about one thing. If I forcefully back out of this marriage, what can the prince do to me?" "Do that to you?" Zhongsho was startled, following which he muttered softly, his eyes shining. For some reason, pieces of memories that were sealed up for a long time appeared in front of his eyes. Suddenly, an unsuppressible rage surged out from his chest. The unfairness, the grievances that he had forgotten for a long time suddenly appeared and rumbled in his mind. He didn't think much as Zhongsho pulled out his sword. His eyes opened wide, his eyes red. "If you want to break the marriage, then I will beat you up." Chapter 184. Without thinking much, Zhongsho pulled out his sword, his eyes slightly opened, his eyes red. "You want to break the marriage, then I will beat you up." The stone hall instantly became silent once more. Xianyuan Tong's eyes turned cold, following which he felt a pungent smell of alcohol charge towards his face. Looking closely at Zhongsho, not only were his cheeks red, his eyes were totally unfocused. Only then did his face clear up, thinking about how Zhongsho didn't cultivate internal energy and drank so much wine. Most probably he was drunk. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shaking his head, "Prince, in this world, the strong are respected. No matter how indignant or dissatisfied you are, you still need to have enough strength and influence to have dignity. However, you don't have any of that, so how will you beat me up? This marriage is settled. In the future I will compensate you." Zhongsho didn't reply, carrying the lightning tooth sword in his hand, directly stepping over the table and walking towards Xianyuan Tong. These words were vaguely familiar to him, as if he had heard them before. However, he only felt more and more uncomfortable. The remaining rationality in his brain couldn't be suppressed. He only wanted to find someone to have a good fight with, to beat up all these noisy people and vent his anger. Only then would he be able to ease the anger in his heart. The strong are respected? That's true. Be it 10,000 years later or in this era, it was the strong who could control everything. It was the same. It was the same. However, these people had never been able to figure out who the true powerhouse was. Since they wanted to talk about the strong being respected, then he would use his sword and his fist to do the talking. At the start, the people in the hall didn't care, only laughing coldly as they looked on. Only when Zhong Shou stepped 60 steps in front of Xinyuan Tong did they all frown, thinking to themselves that this Zhong Shou was really muddle-headed from his sins. Only Hu Zhongyuan and Zhong Yuan's eyes lit up in anticipation. They all thought to themselves that there was going to be a good show to watch. In their hearts, they didn't have any intention to stop him. Instead, they were gloating. The words of these people just now also made them extremely displeased. Chu Shui hesitated. She didn't know what to do in this situation. When Zhong Shou took another 10 steps, Luo Xian glared at him. How dare you? This place was suppressed by the Supreme Force Spiritual Array, so the force could not penetrate the body. Luo Yin leaped to Zhong Shou's side and waved his sleeve at Zhong Shou. He deliberately wanted to make this sharp-tongued and ungrateful heir suffer. His wide sleeves were like a steel wall as he waved them out. Xinyuan Tong's eyes turned serious. Although he was unhappy with Zhong Shou, he felt that Luo Yin was too much. Just as he was about to speak up to stop him, his eyes suddenly froze, unable to move. In Zhong Shou's hand, a sword light suddenly flashed. Like it was just a casual slash, and Luo Xian's sleeves were sliced off. Then, the sword light turned back, using the spine of the sword to viciously slap Luo Xian's face. Scram! I'm going to beat someone up. Don't block my path. He kept a bit of rationality and didn't chop off Luo Xian's head on the spot. He continued to walk towards the opposite side. Luo Xian stumbled back several steps before he was able to stabilize his body. A mouthful of blood, mixed with a few broken teeth, was spat out. After a moment of bewilderment, his eyes turned red. He hollered like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Then, he directly grabbed the ancient sun axe behind him and heavily chopped down at Zhong Shou. Taking a deep breath, he was as swift as a rabbit, as fast as lightning. The people around were still in shock and weren't able to defend. When they reacted, the axe glow was already above Zhong Shou's head. Its strength was heavy, and it was also extremely swift. There was pretty much no chance of stopping. Even Chu Shui and Hu Zhongyuan felt a chill in their hearts, feeling that things weren't good. However, Zhong Shou's footsteps took a wrong step, pretty much brushing against the sharp blade as he narrowly avoided it. The lightning-toothed sword in his hand slashed out once more. I told you not to block my path, brainless thing, Scram. The sword light changed, directly piercing through the axe shadow. Everyone's line of sight was blocked, and they didn't know what had happened. Then, they heard a heavy paw sound. The spine of the lightning-toothed sword viciously slapped onto Luo Xian's face once more. This time, Zhong Shou was even more vicious, directly smashing his face. Luo Xian also retreated tens of steps. The 16 teeth on his right were pretty much all broken. He was pretty much stunned by Zhong Shou, standing stunned on the spot. Within the palace, the faces of Xinyuan Tong, Zhu Junho, and the others were filled with disbelief, and they were similarly startled. Although they couldn't see it, they could feel it, which was why they knew that sword wasn't ordinary. It seemed really simple, but in that instance it went through numerous changes, making one unable to grasp where it went. They also knew that although Luo Xian's internal energy was suppressed, his physical strength was still there. However, the strength of his physical body was still there. His martial path was also extremely high, and he had immersed himself in the strength of the martial path for a long time. Even in Taiging Hall, normal Xiantian masters, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, wouldn't be his match. Was that sword just now just a coincidence? No. If it was a normal person, just the aura of a Xuanwu ancestor would be unable to take it. How would he be able to wave his sword? However, Didn't the surrounding Gantian Mountain prince not know martial arts? Luo Xian slowly came back to his senses. A fierce glow appeared in his eyes once more, his expression extremely vicious. Hee. Very good, today I'll kill you. His body lowered, like a leopard as he leaped 100 feet. The axe light flashed once more, directly slicing at Zhongsho's chest. Xian Yuan Tong unknowingly straightened his body, acting like he was ready to save him. Then, in Zhongsho's hand, the sword light flashed once more, directly clashing with the giant axe. Come! Within Taigang Hall, there was a sharp ring. In Xian Yuan Tong's imagination, the scene of Zhongsho's sword being smashed away by the axe didn't appear, only to see the sword pressing down on the giant axe. Zhongsho's body also used the momentum to jump up. He nimbly dodged it. Then, the sword light in midair slashed once more, this time heavily smashing onto Luo Xian's head. Tens of thousands of kilograms of strength instantly exploded out. Even with Luo Xian's Xuanwu body, when his true qi was being suppressed, he couldn't take it. He directly fell forwards onto the ground. Why is it endless? Zhongsho curled his lips impatiently, just as he was about to walk past this person. His heart suddenly moved. In his blurry mind, he remembered that the words this person scolded him were really ugly. He instantly laughed coldly, suddenly stopping in his tracks. He was a scheming and evil person who liked to hold grudges. It was okay if he didn't remember before, but now that he remembered, how could he let it go so easily? Since the flame in his chest had already been ignited, it wouldn't be extinguished so easily. Just as Luo Xian used all his strength to stand up from the ground, another sword viciously slashed out. With a heavy punk, it once again smashed onto Luo Xian's head. This person was once again smashed back into the ground. Just now you said I was trash? Why do you keep saying that word? Don't you find it annoying? Forget it. One more scum is a little fresh. I won't talk about you. Didn't you say that your Xian Mountain City went back on their words? So what can I do to you? I will beat you up now. What are you going to do? When Luo Xian once again supported his four limbs and tried to stand up, Zhongsho kicked out, directly kicking him tens of feet away. Luo Xian was already dizzy from the hit. He could only bite his lips, saying coldly, I will kill you. I must kill you. Kill me? With your little ability. Who can you kill? Zhongsho scoffed coldly, forgetting about Xian Yuan Tong as he walked in front of Luo Xian. When he stood up, he waved his axe once more. The sword in his hand drew an arc shadow. This sword whipped onto the back of Luo Xian's hand. With a kacha, it directly knocked the ancient sun axe out of his hand. You used the 8 desolate axe? Such a top axe technique was used by you like that. What an insult to this technique. With such little ability, what are you acting arrogant for? Do you really think you are amazing? My uncle who, even at the same realm, is 10 times stronger than you, but I didn't see him like you. Hu Zhongyuan instantly smiled when he heard Zhongsho praise his father. As a son, naturally he was happy. Especially since it came from the prince, it was really precious. At this moment, practically everyone in the palace hall was stupefied. Luo Xian, with the body of Xuanwu ancestor, was lying on the ground, being whipped by Zhongsho with the back of his sword. In everyone's eyes, Zhongsho, who Luo Xian was looking down on like an ant, was standing tall, coldly looking down on Luo Xian. He waved his sword. His body was giving off an I'm really annoyed aura. What was even more unacceptable was that until now, the few of them couldn't see through his strength. Just using the sword technique changes, he was able to suppress Luo Xian. Zhong Yuan looked on with pity, feeling fortunate that he wasn't beaten up so badly by Zhongsho that day. That would have been a huge loss of face. He was also worried with the prince's personality. If he was angered, he would really hang him at the city gate for 3 days. It seemed like he had to be more careful in the future. Since you said that in this world, the strong are respected, then who is stronger and who is weaker between you and me? Pretty much every time he said a word, Zhongsho would whip Luo Xian's body with a sword. At this moment, the people around finally reacted. Zhu Junho was the first to frown, his body pouncing out. Prince, please stop. When he said that, he was already close to the front. In his hands, a short halberd appeared as he swept over. There was no killing intent, but it caused a sharp blade light to force away Zhong Shou. Tan Tao followed closely behind, his two mandarin duck knives swiftly slashing over. A cold glow flashed in Samuraim's eyes as he suddenly turned around. His entire body, along with the sword in his hand, suddenly became illusionary, not real and not real. At this moment, Xin Yuan Tong's eyes couldn't help but protrude. The wine cup in his hand was crushed into pieces. Is this sword intent? When the sword in Zhong Shou's hand stabbed out in front of everyone's eyes, it was obviously a martial path intent that made one's mind confused. Chapter 185. At this moment, outside of the Taigang Hall, Xin Yuan Iren was standing at the bottom of the stone steps, looking on anxiously. Her pair of small hands clenched tightly and then suddenly loosened. She wanted to peek, but this stone hall was really tightly sealed. A few windows were open high up. She could only helplessly wait outside, wishing that she had a day-wandering realm spell to be able to disregard this wall. Who knows how Zhong Shou and father's discussion is going? Thinking back to when she came out, Xin Yuan Tong's cold and solemn expression, Xin Yuan Iren's brows furrowed, filled with worry. However, she calmed down. Zhong Shou's eloquence wasn't weak, and he was always polite when he spoke. He would definitely be able to have a good discussion with father. As long as he showed a little of his ability, it would solve father's worries. There wasn't much to worry about. If he knew about his sword techniques, father would be like Uchinchio. That surprise. Who knows, he might drag Zhong Shou down and have a good drink. Thinking about that, Xin Yuan Iren's eyes were filled with anticipation, her lips curling up as she smiled brightly. Looking at the surrounding martial cultivators, they were all startled, although they didn't know why this little princess of Xian Mountain City was so happy. However, this smile was really nice to look at, pleasing to the eye. However, when they thought about how such a flower might be stuck on the body of the person in the hall, they felt even more worried. Within the stone hall, there wasn't the peaceful atmosphere that Xin Yuan Iren had imagined. Blade shadows were everywhere. Zhong Shou's body instantly appeared. In the eyes of everyone, it was like numerous Zhong Shou had appeared, but also like from start to finish, he was stunned on the spot. Closely after, there was a sharp kung sound. When the sky full of sword light retracted, only to see Zhu Juanho's halberd and Tan Tao's mandarin duck knife mysteriously clashing together. In the eyes of the two of them, they didn't even have time to show shock before they were forced back several steps by the huge force. The sword light in Zhong Shou's hand once again scattered over. Like stars, it covered Zhu Junho, scoffing lightly, "Let go." Zhu Junho's eyes instantly flashed sharply, rage rising. In the next instance, he was shocked, only to see the sword light in front of him turn into an eye-catching Milky Way, falling over. It dazzled one's eyes, making him feel that there was no weakness on his body. Where the sword light pointed at, it seemed like it was going to cover all of his vitals. At this moment, he finally understood Luo Xian's pain. He was like a fool, allowing Zhong Shou to beat him up. Such a sword was unblockable and unavoidable. Under the cover of this sky, full of stars, he was completely at a loss. He had no idea how he should deal with it. How did this Gantian mountain prince have such exquisite and terrifying sword techniques? Where did he learn it from? In that instant, Zhu Junho bit the tip of his tongue. He knew that he had no other way to face such a sword technique. He could only disregard his life and fight it out with attack, using a life for a life, using an even stronger aura to counterattack. However, just as the true qi in his body was gathering up. However, he felt as if his wrist had been tapped lightly by something. Then he couldn't hold onto the short halberd in his hand, spinning and flying into the distance. When the sky full of blade shadows retracted, Zhong Shou, who was hidden at the back, looked over once more. His brows furrowed before he calmed down. "Oh, you're not bad. At least you know your manners. I won't beat you up." The sword light flashed and knocked on the sides of his thighs, causing Zhu Junho to fall to the ground, unable to move at all. Only then did that halberd spin and land, stabbing right beside his head. One could even clearly feel the cold intent of the blade. Zhu Juanho's face flushed red. At this moment, he didn't feel any joy or happiness. Apart from embarrassment, he also felt shocked. What kind of monster was this teen? Those two swords should be sword intent that he had never seen before. Even if it wasn't, it was close to that level. However, it was personally displayed by the son of his benefactor, whom he didn't have high hopes for. All of a sudden, he didn't know whether he should be angry or happy. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. At the depths of the hall, Xinyuan Tong's hand had already started to tremble. The shards of the wine cup in his hand turned into sand and slid down from his palm. The first sword was the cloud's shocking god, destroying sword intent. Along with the illusionary ability of the sky, fox race. Even he couldn't see through it. Now was the galaxy's sword intent. After the sword was out, it was like the galaxy had appeared extremely eye-catching. At this moment, his feelings were several times more complicated than before. Each sword that Zhongsho whipped Luo Xian was like a heavy slap on his face. Apart from feeling embarrassed, he also felt pain for his capable subordinate being beaten up so badly by Zhongsho. Vaguely, he felt a bit of regret. The last sentence that Zhongsho said when he whipped Luo Xian directly stabbed into his heart. He knew that his words most probably hurt this kid's heart, which was why Zhongsho was so furious. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The son of his old friend had such ability. He should have been happy. However, why couldn't he be happy now? Lisina was totally frozen on the spot, sitting on the ground in a daze as she looked on with her eyes wide open. Speaking of which, in the first few days, Irin had mentioned it to her. Speaking of her fiancé, he would definitely be outstanding enough to surprise her. She also mentioned that the one who wasn't good enough was Irin herself. At that time, she couldn't believe it no matter what. At this moment, Zhongsho's brain was still a mess. However, he instinctively dealt with the halberd wielder beside him. The feeling that this Zhu Junho gave him was that he was really dangerous. Compared to Luo Xian and Tan Tao, he was several times more dangerous. Just now, he caught him off guard. If they really fought, he might not be able to win. Anyways, he would just take him down first. When he turned around, he saw Tan Tao once again pouncing over like a tiger with the mandarin duck blade in his hand. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn and serious. When the knife light rose up, it was really tight, not leaving any gaps. Like a storm, he went all out as he crazily slashed down. Samuraim's eyes squinted. Then he smiled out of habit. He stepped forwards, not retreating, but advancing instead. Like when he was practicing his sword in the whirlpool at the bottom of the Black Pond, he was really calm and swift. He easily passed through the sky, full of blade shadows, dodging left and right. After tens of steps, he was about to be forced out by the mandarin duck knives. The sword in his hand that everyone had forgotten about shone once more. Without hesitation, he stabbed out with his sword. Like a barracuda at the bottom of the ocean, like a sharp arrow, it swam through the knife light and headed right for Tan Tao's throat. This sword was created by him in the water, which was why it was called countercurrent, stabbing out thousands of times underwater to smash the undercurrents, hence the name countercurrent. Although it wasn't as weird as the Styx River Death Sword, it wasn't as exquisite as the Cloud shocking god-destroying sword. However, this sword strike was definitely one of the strongest sword strikes in his entire life. When the sword slashed out, there was no way to counter it. In a last life, and now, there was no exception. Tan Tao instantly felt a chill down his spine. The knife light danced, but it was of no use. The sword light stabbed over at the gaps between his mandarin duck knives. It was like it was really familiar with his knife path. When it changed, it caused all his efforts to block to miss. He could only explosively retreat, crazily retreat. However, that sword light was like maggots in his bones, following closely and swiftly close to his throat. Just as Tan Tao was in despair, Xinyuan Tong couldn't help but stand up and was about to interfere to save him. That sword light suddenly turned back and lightly tapped on Tan Tao's wrists. The two mandarin duck knives also flew up. They rolled into midair and then fell back down, nailing onto the ground. However, Tantao's aura became chaotic at that moment, and he was fixed on the spot. The sword light in front of him slashed through the air once more. I hate such a scheming person like you. You deserve to be hit. He slashed Tantao's face with his sword, leaving a bloody scar. Zhongsho thought back to what happened before and scoffed. Your mouth is really amazing. You talk too much. That sword light turned and turned back, another sword spine hitting the left side of this person's face. Tantao had just managed to catch his breath when he was heavily struck once more. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling extremely indignant. He thought that he was smart and his martial path was strong. Within Xian Mountain City, he held huge power and was only below 2 to 3 people. When other people saw him, they were all respectful. Even those with higher statuses and stronger martial arts would be courteous to him. In his life, when had he suffered such humiliation? What he was most worried about was whether or not he would be like Luo Xian, beaten up by this teen. If that happened, he wouldn't have any face to meet anyone. Luckily, Zhongsho thought about it for a moment. Although this person was a little evil, his face was still okay. His words were flawless, and he couldn't find anything to use against him. If he beat him up like that, he wouldn't be able to hold his ground. In the past, when he rose up, he didn't like to talk reason when he did things. Only when he returned to the library and slowly cultivated his heart did he calm down. So in this life, he had to use virtue to win people over. Scoffing, Zhongsho unwillingly let him go. He directly tapped on this person's neck, temporarily restricting his chakra meridians. Then, he unceremoniously kicked him away. The sword light flipped and heavily smacked on the head of Luo Xian, who was trying his best to climb up. You still want to climb up? Are you still not willing to admit defeat? Luo Xian's head was covered in blood. When his chin hit the ground, another crack sound was heard. On the floor, made of Taiging stone, cracks appeared. His eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, he didn't have any strength left. He wasn't angry at all, only a fear that stabbed into his heart, and also a deep sense of helplessness. Zhongsho's eyes finally looked towards Xianyuan Tong. Chapter 186. Hu Zhongyuan and Zhongyuan were watching intently before this, enjoying themselves to the fullest. At this moment, they were panicking, thinking to themselves that this prince was planning to viciously beat up everyone in the stone hall. The former had been following closely behind Zhongsho, afraid that Zhongsho would be injured. However, at this moment, he felt that something wasn't right. Looking from the side, only to see that Zhongsho's face was flushed red, his eyes were unfocused, like he was drunk. Before this, he thought that Zhongsho had purposely beaten up the few of them. At this moment, he couldn't help but grumble. Before this, forget about the 3 of them. If he beat them up then, so be it. Their Gantian mountain didn't care. However, this Xianyuan Tong was not only the city lord of Xian Mountain City, but he was also his prince's future father-in-law. If he was really beaten up by the prince, what would happen? Following which, he shook his head, thinking that something wasn't right. Xianyuan Tong was a peak earth chakra expert, several times stronger than his father. Even if he didn't use true qi, just his physical body, he was much stronger than Zhu Junho and the others. There was no reason for him to lose. What he had to be careful of was his prince, to not be beaten up instead. He was fully focused, following closely behind. At the crucial moment, he was prepared to block a knife for Zhongsho. Xianyuan Tong's gaze was as calm as water. Until Zhongsho walked over once more did he shake his head and sigh, standing up from his seat. When he sat down, he was really gentle and elegant. However, when he stood up, he was like a majestic giant mountain, stabbing into the clouds. That strong and vast aura filled up the hall. It caused Hu Zhongyuan and the others to feel that this wide stone hall suddenly became extremely narrow. Just the body of the person in front of them couldn't fit all of them. However, he wasn't holding a weapon, his hands empty. His expression was really complicated. I thought that the prince couldn't cultivate. Who knew that even the marquis wasn't your opponent? Your father's fist techniques were unrivaled in the entire Donglin Cloud Continent, but your sword is even better than your father's. At the age of 14, his sword Dao was already connected to the spirit, and he was able to comprehend sword intent. The son of an old friend actually had such accomplishments. Xin Yuan Tong's heart was filled with joy and comfort. It's just that you humiliated my subordinates. I feel so angry that I can't wait to beat you up as well. Zhong Shou frowned. Who was this person? He couldn't remember. It was just a fight. Why was there so much nonsense? Following which Xin Yuan Tong's outer robe was ripped apart, turning into pieces of cloth and exploding. He clenched his fists and said, "Since you said you want to beat me up, then come at me. Let me see how powerful my old friend's son's swordsmanship is. My entire cultivation base is in this mace. However, with your father's guidance, this fist technique isn't considered weak. I will fight you empty-handed. If you lose, don't blame me for bullying you. Naturally, if you can truly beat me up, I will feel happy." When the knuckles on his wrist gave out a popping sound like beans being fried, Xin Yuan Tong's body was becoming more and more majestic. Hu Zhongyuan stood close to him, only to feel that he couldn't breathe. He was unable to take another step forward. Only then did he know how amusing it was for him to block a knife for Zhong Shou. There was no way for him to interfere in the battle between the two of them. Maybe his strength was only 3 meridians away from Xin Yuan Tong, or even a large portion better than Zhong Shou. However, these two experts were enough to look down on him in terms of the martial path. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up, hot blood burning in his body. Under the suppression of Xin Yuan Tong's aura, his fighting spirit crazily jumped, pretty much occupying his entire consciousness. Fight! 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 Beat him up! This person was so strong, so amazing. Standing in front of him was a huge mountain, like no matter what, it couldn't be shaken. However, the more it was like that, the more excited he was. He wanted to knock down the mountain. He wanted to flatten the peak. Today he wanted to fight to his heart's content. The sword in his hand craved to show off its sharpness. Grinning, Zhong Shou held the lightning tooth sword, stepping forwards without hesitation. It was still the footwork that he trained in deep water. The sword was known as going against the current. The footwork was known as going against the current, going against the momentum to strike. Under such an intense and unparalleled aura suppression, it was obvious that he was at ease, elegant, and casual, like he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He walked towards Xin Yuan Tong. Each step was the weakest part of Xin Yuan Tong's martial path aura and was also the easiest to penetrate. Zhong Shou's aura also started to climb along with these steps. At the start, he was being suppressed, but when he was 50 feet away from Xin Yuan Tong, it was blazing to the peak. He was actually on the same level as Xin Yuan Tong, going up against him, just as their gazes clashed like they were about to explode. Suddenly, a clang sound was heard from the side. Zhong Shou couldn't help but frown. He was originally planning to use his sword, but this sound broke his rhythm. He couldn't help but look unhappily to the side. Who was it to disturb his mood? This person really didn't know how to read the situation. Where he looked, he saw that it was Feng Shu. He was gritting his teeth as he sat at the table below Li Sina. Apart from his face filled with disbelief, his body was trembling, unable to suppress it. The position he sat at was less than 50 feet away from the two of them. Under Xin Yuan Tong's aura suppression, he couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, the wine cup in his hand couldn't help but fall from his hand. Zhong Shou was at a loss, thinking back to who this person was. After a short while, he still didn't get anything. He only knew that this fellow made him really annoyed. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. Waving his left sleeves, instantly 4 cold glows flew out. Xin Yuan Tong was originally annoyed, but when he saw the situation, he was slightly shocked. He hurriedly stepped forwards, grabbing with his right fist, and energy sucking towards the cold glows. Within this Taigang Hall, he was actually able to send energy outwards. However, just as that suction force touched, the 4 cloud pattern flying knives were like fish in water, slightly shaking and deviating from their original position. Their speed increased by several times as they continued to shoot out. Flying knife, changing direction. Xin Yuan Tong couldn't help but feel astonished. This wasn't a spirit master's sword-driving technique, but martial cultivator's throwing technique. Not only was it filled with strong, true qi, but it was also able to change direction in the air. His nephew definitely couldn't reach the Ascended Realm. So how did he do it? Feng Shu, on the other hand, was even more shocked. He let out a cry and sat up from his seat. He raised his hand and a sword appeared, turning into numerous layers of thick sword veils covering his body. However, those 4 cloud-pattern flying knives weren't obstructed at all, piercing through the sword veils. They directly pierced into his body. After that, his entire body was dragged back by that huge force and was nailed onto a stone pillar. 2 of them were pierced into his shoulders, while the other 2 were pierced into his calves. Luckily, the energy on the flying knives didn't explode just like that. It only locked up all the meridians in his body such that he couldn't move, following which threads of energy swam in. It caused his entire body to feel pain like he was being sliced into pieces. Looking at the 2 wounds on his shoulder, Feng Shu couldn't help but feel lost. He didn't know how Han Yishui was in the mysterious cloud spirit sect, but he knew that even his senior brother was similar to him at this age. However, at this moment, he was being easily suppressed. If Zhong Shou was willing, he only needed one of the flying knives to take his life. In other words, this Gantian mountain prince, be it talent or strength, was several times better than the proud and arrogant core disciples of hidden sects. Even at this moment, he was in so much pain that he wished he could faint. Li Sina, who was at the side, had a wooden expression as she stared fixedly at him. She had completely forgotten how to react. Since she found out that this Gantian mountain prince was a dual meridian body, she had been worried for Iran numerous times, unable to sleep. However, when Zhong Shou appeared in front of her eyes, he used such an unparalleled strength to suppress all the talents in the world that she knew of. All of a sudden, like Xin Yuan Tong, she didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. With such little strength, I can kill you like an ant. Why are you acting cool in front of people? I hate disciples of famous sects like you the most. Scoffing, Zhong Shou only felt great in his heart. However, looking forward, he saw Xin Yuan Tong's expression changing as he muttered. Flying knife changing direction, cloud shocking, God destroying. What flying knife technique is this? At this moment, Xin Yuan Tong was distracted. If he used his sword, he would be able to catch him off guard. However, Zhong Shou suppressed his desire. Since it wasn't a true battle to the death, then naturally he couldn't have an unfair advantage. Even if he wanted to beat him up, he had to beat him up until he was convinced. Burping, Zhong Shou thought about it carefully before reaching out his hand and waving it in front of Xin Yuan Tong. Oi, old man acting young, come back to your senses. Where are you looking? If you don't pay attention, I'm going to attack. Xin Yuan Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Zhong Shou was really muddle-headed. Since he was a martial artist, how could he get drunk so easily? Looking at the situation, it didn't seem fake. However, he retracted his thoughts, instantly tossing aside all the random thoughts. Just as he was fully focused, Zhong Shou's shoulder suddenly moved. Watch my sword. A clear sword image suddenly pierced through the air. It suddenly pierced out from the most unbelievable part, directly striking at Xin Yuan Tong's throat. Xin Yuan Tong's eyes opened wide, not punching out. His feet stepped down, instantly numerous spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Broken stone flew everywhere, bringing with it a strong force as it shot out all around. There was also a wall-like wind that spread out in front of him. That clear sword light was forcefully shifted by this crazy wind. Xin Yuan Tong's body also charged forwards, directly punching out at Zhong Shou's forehead. One fist out, its strength was like that of toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Zhong Shou's expression changed, his feet stepping on the water step. Under this fist wind, he was forced back tens of feet before he was able to stabilize himself. Once again, he thrust his sword back. It was still incomparably graceful as it moved through the astral winds with ease. Xin Yuan Tong still didn't block, using his right leg as an axis as he swept out, like a knife slanting upwards. Before that sword attack even touched, that extremely firm lightning tooth sword showed signs of twisting under the pressure of the wind. Chapter 187. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. How fierce. This is just using strength to suppress people. How despicable. How can I beat him? Hu Zhongyuan's body retreated another 100 feet before he was able to stabilize himself, only to see Zhongsho's body shoot out in time and fly backward. That sharp blade-like leg wind continued to sweep upwards, striking the roof and directly breaking a deep hole. Along with a loud explosion, large pieces of stone fell down. It caused the entire Taigang Hall to shake, following which, no matter how Zhongsho's sword changed, no matter how unpredictable it was, Xin Yuan Tong didn't bother and didn't block it. Even if his body was full of weaknesses, he didn't care, directly smashing out with a fist and a leg, domineering and fierce. Hu Zhongyuan was filled with respect. He had no choice but to retreat another 100 feet. Chu Shui and Zhong Yuan couldn't take it anymore and were forced to the corner of the stone hall. To think that Zhongsho at the initial Xiantian realm could actually survive in front of Xin Yuan Tong. Pretty much every fist that this Xian Mountain City lord punched out would cause the wind to surge. Each leg that swept out would cause the stone hall to shake. He was like a human-shaped giant mountain, causing the ground to shake. Just a few strikes, and he forced Zhongsho's body back hundreds of feet. It was like a giant boulder rolling down from the top of a cliff. It was incomparably dangerous, crushing everything with a crushing force. Zhongsho seemed to be really furious, fearless, and not giving up. He didn't show any signs of giving up, continuing to pass through the fist wind. Occasionally he would stab out, but it was exquisite to the extreme. When he retreated to the center of the hall, he turned into specks of starlight, like an eye-catching Milky Way as he struck back. Thousands of sword shadows continuously sliced and sliced the vast, splitting astral wind in front of him as they crazily charged forward. Pretty much in an instant, he was in front of Xin Yuan Tong. It was as if it wanted to completely drown his figure. In Xin Yuan Tong's eyes, a cold glow flashed. He didn't retreat and instead charged forward. Not only was he quick as lightning and as intense as fire, his aura was several times stronger. Good sword art. However, this strength was too weak. Even if you come from 1,000 ways, I will go on my own. Break. A punch the size of a bowl smashed into the center of the Milky Way sword waterfall, colliding with the sharpest edge of the sword light. Clang! When the fist and sword collided, Zhongsho's figure seemed to have been hit by a 1,000,000-pound hammer swinging at high speed. His entire body was like a broken sack as he flew backwards with a loud bang. It was only when he approached the door of the palace that he finally stabilized himself. However, when he landed on the ground, he slid back over 100 feet. After that, Zhongsho coughed up blood and knelt on the ground weakly. He relied on the sword in his hand to support his body, which was why he didn't fall to the ground. Hu Zhongyuan calmed down. Although he had expected that Zhongsho wouldn't be able to win against Xin Yuan Tong, at this moment he felt that it was unfair for Zhongsho. This was a suppression, an elephant going all out to step on an ant. Too heartless, this Xian Mountain City lord really didn't have any style. At that time, his father sealed 97% of his strength to fight with Zhongsho. As for this person, apart from the suppression of true qi by this Taiging Hall, he pretty much used all his strength. The difference between the two was close to 20 times. That Xin Yuan Tong seemed to know that he was a little like the strong bullying the weak. After stopping, he explained apologetically, "Your sword path is so high that it far exceeds what I expected. If I held back a bit of strength, I might lose to you. So in this battle, I have to go all out and use my sharpness. Today's loss isn't because your martial path isn't good, but because your strength is too weak. You don't have to worry about it. If you still have strength, then get up and apologize to your Uncle Tan and Uncle Luo. They are your seniors and won't blame you. His words weren't ambiguous at all, treating Zhong Shou as his son-in-law. Xin Yuan Tong's eyes were filled with surprise. 10 years of time, he didn't expect that the son of his old friend would be so strong to such an extent. However, halfway through his words, Xin Yuan Tong paused, looking forward in shock, only to see that Zhong Shou had shakily stood up. His eyes didn't show any signs of admitting defeat, only a blazing flame crazily burning. He couldn't help but be startled, silently standing there with his hands by his side, waiting quietly. At this moment, Zhong Shou's mind was still a little blurry, not having much consciousness. However, on the other hand, he was extremely clear, numerous sword techniques flashing across his mind. The areas that he thought he didn't understand were now totally clear. He had already comprehended the essence, even more so, merging everything together and seeking perfection. His sword only looked up to the strong, becoming stronger when he met the strong, becoming stronger when he met the strong. Apologize, what a joke. When Zhong Shou beat people up, he never said the word apologize. Slowly, there was actually a slight wind blowing from the ground, gathering around Zhong Shou's body. That thick fog-like fire and water spiritual energy caused that 10 feet of space to show a red and white color. It was like a giant spiral spinning endlessly. This spiritual energy, is it a spiritual technique? Xin Yuan Tong wasn't sure. At first he thought that Zhong Shou's energy was seeping out, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to react. Following which he remembered that this place was within the Taigang Hall. Apart from himself, who was half a step into the ascended realm, other Xiantians couldn't seep out their energy. However, this Zhong Shou could still summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That's right, it is actually soul power. Using his own soul power to summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Apart from Xiantian Master, this kid is also a spirit master, dual cultivator. His heart was shocked. Xin Yuan Tong's eyes lost focus. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhong Shou suddenly opened his eyes. His cold gaze seemed like it could pierce through everything. His entire body suddenly floated. It was as if it had blended into the gentle breeze and flew over. From 500 feet away, a sword stabbed over, it was still elegant and exquisite, so perfect that it was close to being flawless, using up the essence of the sword path. Xin Yuan Tong's mind was slightly distracted before he recovered. Looking at the incoming sword light, his eyes lit up again, and he exclaimed in admiration. What a good sword! It was truly marvelous. His swordsmanship had actually improved again on the top of the tall building. Who knows if it was because you didn't go all out, or because you comprehended something. What a terrifying talent. Without hesitation, he still punched out with a fist. All of his muscles were pulled. The vital energy in his body was crazily burning. The aura of this fist was 30% stronger. So what if your technique is close to the path? Without a foundation to rely on, you are still weak. How weak? Break for me. Where the fist wind came from was where the sword blade came from. When he attacked, Xin Yuan Tong's eyes turned ice cold, close to that of a machine. All the warmth in his eyes disappeared. Only a coldness that could destroy everything. A confidence that could crush everything. Only when he looked at Zhong Shou's sword and saw that he didn't have any intention to dodge did he feel slightly shocked. However, in just a moment, he calmed down. It was better if he didn't dodge. This fist could decide victory and defeat. Dang! When the fist and sword struck once more, the entire stone hall shook once more. Zhong Shou's body was like what everyone expected, tossed backwards. However, he didn't look like he was in a bad state. Instead, like a leaf, he retreated to the side of the stone door before floating down. On the contrary, it was Xin Yuan Tong who took 3 steps back. Each step caused the Taiging rock below to be smashed into pieces. Within 1,000 feet of space, the temperature was fluctuating between cold and hot. And at the place where the two of them had fought, there were faint traces of lightning flickering. How is that possible? This sword is so strong. Just an initial Xiantian meridian body. Where did this kid get the strength to go up against me? This kid's spiritual cultivation has actually reached the night wandering realm. What terrifying talent. However, even so, he shouldn't have such strength. We are pretty much on the same level. Huge waves rose up in Xianyuan Tong's chest. On the side, Huzhong Yuan and Zhong Yuan's mouths were agape. That was 9 meridians of the earth chakra level, peak of Xuanwu. Even within the Taigang Hall, he casually had hundreds of thousands of kilograms of strength. Could it be that their crown prince had taken some kind of Herculean pill? He was actually able to force Xianyuan Tong back 3 steps with one sword. Barely able to fight on the same level in the situation? Or at this moment, was he possessed by some god or demon? Zhu Junho and Tan Tao, who were on the ground, were filled with disbelief. This sword strike completely disregarded the difference in cultivation level. Unless this Zhong Shou was an expert above the ancestor realm. If not, it was impossible. Luo Xian tried his best to raise his head, his eyes wide open. Before this, he was furious and unconvinced, wanting to kill this Zhong Shou. However, at this moment, he could only feel the shock in his chest, each wave stronger than the last. Although he didn't understand much, but the feeling that this kid's sword gave him was really, really strong. Li Xina's eyes were filled with confusion, like she was thinking back to something. A moment later, she said in a startled manner, "Spirit and martial arts merging. It is actually spirit and martial arts merging. Before my master died, he spent all his effort but was still unable to achieve spirit and martial arts merging." Her muttering was so soft that one couldn't hear it. However, it was like a bomb, causing the hearts of the 2 people in the stone hall to shake. That Feng Shu was also slightly stunned, following which he muttered, "How can it be spirit and martial arts merging?" That's right, using initial earth chakra to go up against 9 meridians. If it isn't spirit and martial arts merging, what is it? Xianyuan Tong took in a deep cold breath. Although his wife's martial path wasn't strong, she came from a demon sect. Her foresight and knowledge were even better than his. Instantly, his eyes were like torches as he focused on the area around Zhong Shou's body. Then he saw the water and fire spiritual energy gathering around Zhong Shou's body like clouds and mist, injecting towards the tip of the sword. Xianyuan Tong's pupils instantly constricted into a needle shape. It wasn't a normal dual cultivator, using true qi and spells to help. Instead, the 2 were compatible, energy and soul merging into one, intersecting with one another without any disharmony. It was like the 2 of them were born to merge together, one body. They didn't reject one another and consume one another. No wonder that sword was strong enough to go up against him. Using initial Xiantian true qi along with heaven and earth spiritual energy, the strength of that sword was able to make up for the difference. It reduced the strength of the 2 of them limitlessly, following which his eyes were filled with shock. Thinking about how many dual cultivators were there in the world, how many could achieve spirit and martial arts merging into one, who could do it at the Xiantian realm at 14 years old. Chapter 188. The silent stone hall was suddenly broken by a burst of laughter. Everyone looked over, only to see Zhong Shou holding a sword as he walked over step by step. Each step was much faster than the previous one, slowly turning into a swift walk. On his face, he was laughing with an unknown meaning. His pupils were spread out with no focus, like he had lost consciousness. However, at this moment, everyone only felt an incomparably fearful feeling in their hearts. They felt that the current Zhong Shou was in extreme danger. Xianyuan Tong's expression turned cold. He silently took out an iron mace hanging by his waist. He knew that he couldn't block such a sword with his bare hands. In the next instance, only Zhong Shou's body accelerated to the extreme. If before, his body was like a light breeze, then at this moment, it was like a crazy wind pouncing over. The sword light shone, directly hanging upside down. It struck on the iron mace, giving out a crisp ding sound. Instantly, energy surged, lightning glow spread out. Xinyuan Tong frowned, taking a step back. All the strength he could take was released beneath his feet. On the Taigang stone, a deep hole was left. However, Zhongsho's sword only retreated slightly before it pierced through and struck right at his face. Xinyuan Tong's heart didn't move, calmly placing the mace in front of his eyes, following which an extremely sharp and huge force charged over. He couldn't help but retreat. The stone slabs on the ground were scattered about. The wind surged, sword energy scattered all about, causing numerous pieces of stone to fall from the roof. And these two attacks were only the beginning. The sword and mace clashing sound were soft at the start, like that of iron being forged with a rhythm. However, a moment later, it turned into a crazy storm. That crisp and sharp sound was continuous, like rain hitting a banana. Before the first sound landed, the second one had already sounded out. At this moment, Zhongsho seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped storm, crazily waving his sword, crazily stabbing out. Like there was no order at all, but each sword forced Xinyuan Tong to defend and not attack. Almost every sword caused Xinyuan Tong to take a step back and break a stone slab. It was a complete reversal of the previous situation. At that time, Xinyuan Tong was like a rolling boulder, pressuring Zhongsho with a crushing force. At this moment, in front of the storm that Zhongsho had turned into, Xinyuan Tong was still like a mountain. However, under the ravages of this storm, they had no choice but to retreat and loosen up. Impossible. Impossible. Xinyuan Tong's footsteps were steady as he retreated step by step. In these 10 breaths of time, he had blocked 90 sword strikes and retreated 90 steps. They had almost returned to where they were when the battle started. At this moment, Xinyuan Tong's eyes were filled with shock and doubt. He did not care about winning or losing. The more powerful Zhongsho's swordsmanship was, the happier he would be. However, he didn't understand that in these successive exchanges, Zhongsho's sword had pretty much gone against the common sense of martial arts. Even if he was a dual cultivator, even if he was in spirit and martial arts merger, the power on Zhongsho's sword was able to go up against him. However, after all, his main body was only at the initial meridian of the earth chakra level, an initial Xiantian master. At this moment, pretty much every strike of the two of them was going all out. Normally speaking, Zhongsho would not be able to maintain such strength for a long period of time. The accumulated strength of each strike was enough to cause Zhongsho's body to collapse. How was he able to maintain such a high-intensity sword energy? Why did he not show any signs of weakness? Instead, each sword was stronger than the last. Speaking of which, the strength that he used, every time he clashed with Zhongsho's lightning tooth sword, a little of it would be taken away. And this sword energy was terrifyingly concentrated, rotating at high speeds like a drill, looking really weird. Xinyuan Tong's heart moved slightly as he observed carefully. He noticed that the moment his rebounding strength came into contact with Zhongsho's sword, it was directly swept away by the high-speed spinning of the fire and water spiral energy. Along with the spiritual energy that seeped out, it spread out. A portion of it was directly sucked in by Zhongsho. Who knows what method he used, but in the next moment it actually struck back. The strength that truly shook Zhongsho's body was less than 10%, which was why that lightning tooth sword was continuously stabbing and piercing. No wonder. From start to finish, his sword was like a waterfall, surging and not stopping. No wonder his attacks were wave after wave stronger than the last. If this continued, wouldn't he get stronger and stronger without stopping? His chest shook slightly, but he felt the energy meridians in his abdomen suddenly twisting. His heart couldn't help but sink to the bottom of the valley. This is too sick. He still hasn't stopped. What medicine did our prince eat? Similarly hiding in the corner to block the wind for his niece, Hu Zhongyan only felt his heart go numb. Before this, he felt that Xinyuan Tong was using strength to suppress Zhongsho, like he was bullying him. At this moment, he felt some pity for Xinyuan Tong. That spirit and martial arts merger, Was it really so strong? Strong to such an extent? Directly crossing 9 grades, suppressing Xianyuan Tong so much that he didn't have any temper at all. One must know that even if Xianyuan Tong was unable to use true qi, he was still really strong. The more one cultivated the energy cultivation to a high level, the more one would be clear about the gap between each grade. Not only pure strength, bones, vital energy, but also stamina, spiritual sense, all other areas would be strengthened. Apart from that, there was also comprehension of a martial path. Xiantian Master, Martial Ancestor, Xuanwu Ancestor. The gap of these 3 grades was immeasurable. Even if one added in Zhongsho's Night Wandering Realm Spirit Master cultivation, it was still the same, which was why Hu Zhongyuan directly labeled Zhongsho as a sick person. As for Chu Shui's ears, threads of blood flowed down. The clanging sounds that reverberated throughout the hall didn't have much of an effect on the martial ancestors below 4 meridians of the earth chakra level. However, to her, it was really unbearable, continuously striking at her eardrums. Luckily, there was Hu Zhongyuan protecting her, like a wall standing in front of her. Although the hall was hot and cold, due to Zhongsho's sword technique, she was still able to hold on. However, at this moment, Chu Shui was more worried about Zhongsho, sighing, "Young master is probably going berserk again." Berserk? Hu Zhongyuan was startled. What do you mean? Did the prince's current situation happen before? It means going berserk. That's what young master taught me. Chu Shui casually explained. The last time was at Pill's Spirit Mountain. It seemed like because Uncle Ian and I were insulted, young master was really angry. In the end, he cut down the 18 wooden puppets of Ling Yun's sect and drew 12 god talismans. Shui felt really good. Wooden puppets? God talismans? Hu Zhongyuan was first filled with doubt, following which he sucked in a cold breath. It's the Sky Sword platform and God Talisman platform. He couldn't help but exchange glances with Zhongyuan beside him, their faces filled with disbelief. The 18 God Talismans of the small Heaven Sword formation that was said to be unbreakable for 10,000 years were broken by someone just like that. Moreover, it was done by the prince. After following Zhongsho for so long, he had never heard of such a matter. Why wasn't there any news from Ling Yun's sect? However, with Zhongsho's current situation, this prince might have a chance of breaking it. His heart pounding for a moment, Hu Zhongyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his heart realm cultivation was too weak. He decided that no matter what his prince did in the future, he would remain calm. Looking out for a moment, he heard Chu Shui say, "I think the prince is going to lose." 45 minutes have passed. It would be best if he doesn't get beaten up by this Xianyuan city lord. Hu Zhongyuan nodded his head in agreement. He had followed Zhongsho for so many days and knew that Zhongsho's stamina was really weak. Within 2 hours, he could be so strong that he could only feel fear. However, after 2 to 4 hours, he would have to lie down. However, Zhongsho cultivated both spiritual and spiritual cultivation. Even at that time, he wasn't someone that others could take lightly. Using the soul to drive the sword was even stronger. However, at this moment, since he was merging spirit and martial arts, naturally he couldn't just rely on spiritual cultivation of fight. Xianyuan Tong's strength was stronger after all. His martial path was close to the ascended realm. As long as he could hold on for a period of time, Zhongsho could only let himself be slaughtered. Once again holding up the Tiger King knife, Hu Zhongyuan was fully focused as he looked into the distance. Although he knew that even if he attacked, it would be useless, he still had to try. He couldn't just sit there and watch Xianyuan Tong injure Zhongsho. Zhongyuan laughed coldly at the side. "What are you nervous about? The prince has already won." Seeing that Hu Zhongyuan and Chu Shui were looking over in disdain, Zhongsho was stunned. Zhongyuan's brows furrowed in annoyance, following which he curled his lips in disdain. "Two idiots, go and look at their feet." Hu Zhongyuan's brows furrowed, following Zhongyuan's line of sight and looking over. His eyes were filled with shock. Xianyuan Tong's previously incomparably heavy and orderly footsteps, at this moment, were actually gradually becoming chaotic. That mountain-like aura was shaking, loosening, and collapsing. The iron mace in his hand was in a mess, totally not as calm as before. For some reason, Zhong Yuan thought back to what Xin Yuan Tong said about true qi going astray. Was the weakness of the cultivation method acting up? The sound of the sword mace striking continued to ring out in the hall. However, it was slowly becoming chaotic, the rhythm totally changing. In just 10 swords, Xin Yuan Tong was forced into the back wall of the stone hall. Zhong Shou's clear voice rang out once more. "Let go!" A bloodlight scattered. The tip of the lightning-toothed sword suddenly stabbed into Xin Yuan Tong's left hand. Using a bit of strength, that iron mace was tossed aside. Xin Yuan Tong couldn't help but lean against the wall with an ashen-white face. Zhong Shou's sword was once again raised up in the air, like it was about to slash down swiftly. Large amounts of cold sweat appeared on Hu Zhongyuan's head. His prince had beaten up a Tan Tao, a Luo Xian, and a Zhu Junho, and it wasn't enough. Could it be that he was going to beat up his father-in-law today? Father, what was going to happen? Just as he was swiftly dashing forwards, he was filled with worry. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that gathered around Zhong Shou's body was dissipating. As for that skinny figure, it was as if he had suddenly lost his spirit. His entire body fell forward and fell into Xin Yuan Tong's embrace. Chapter 189. Hu Zhongyuan was startled, his body stopping on the spot, his heart relaxing. In the next moment, he heard the stone hall heave a sigh of relief. Although the outcome in front of their eyes was out of their expectations, it was the best way to end it, following which their eyes were filled with confusion, only feeling that their minds were in a daze. The Gantian mountain prince in front of them went all out against Xin Yuan Tong, who was a 9-meridian Xuanwu master, and forcefully defeated him. Did that really happen just now? Xin Yuan Tong's eyes were filled with shock as he supported Zhong Shou. His expression was really complicated, both happy and filled with unwillingness. Naturally, there was also a little bit of anger from embarrassment. After a short while, he remembered that he wanted to check on Zhong Shou's current situation. He hurriedly used his hands to check his meridians, injecting internal energy into Zhong Shou's body. It actually turned into spiral meridians? So that was the case. Using spiral energy to avoid the restrictions of the dual meridian body. What an amazing idea. And also, so much Xiantian true energy. Where did this kid get it from? No wonder there was no aura leaking out from his body. So it was because of his sealing spiritual formation. No wonder he could cultivate and reach such a realm in such a short time. The strength of his physical body was actually comparable to the peak of Xiantian. Who knows how he trained, pretty much without any weaknesses. The true qi his body could contain was several times that of normal initial Xiantian masters. He actually broke through the barriers from heaven. The waves that he forcefully suppressed before once again surged out. Xin Yuan Tong sat quietly, waiting for his emotions to calm down. Even if he had already confirmed that Zhong Shou had stepped into the Xiantian realm. However, at this moment, his heart was still filled with shock. He originally thought that this kid had no fate with the martial arts in his life. But when Zhong Shou appeared in front of him once more, he gave him such a surprise. Dual meridian body, barriers from heaven. No matter which one it was, if it was on a normal person, they wouldn't be able to solve it. However, Zhong Shou had forcefully opened up a path. He actually merged 2 spiritual veins into his dual meridians. This child was really daring. He was simply indulging in the wildest fantasy. But from the looks of it, he really is drunk. Oomph. He snorted to show his dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the large iron door in front of the palace suddenly gave out a creaking sound. Xin Yuan Iren walked in through the crack in the door, and then she was startled on the spot. What was going on? Tan Tao, Luo Xian, and even Uncle Zhu were all lying on the ground, unable to move. As for Uncle Luo Yan's head, it was as big as a steam bun. His face was covered in blood and bruises. Zhong Shou had also fainted in his father's arms. and there was a scar on his father's wrist. As for his mother, she was in a daze, as if she had been completely stunned. She sat there without moving, and her expression was constantly changing. As for senior brother Feng Shu, he was pinned to a stone pillar by 4 cloud-patterned flying daggers. Xianyuan Irin couldn't help but be speechless, standing on the spot, not knowing what to do. She originally thought that Zhongshou would have a good talk with her father. Why did it become such a situation in the end? Xianyuan Tong smiled, carrying Zhongshou and standing up. His expression was serious, and his gaze turned solemn. From today on, this kid is the young city lord of my Xian Mountain City. If anyone is unhappy, I'll take his life. Within the stone hall, it was totally silent, and no one objected. Even Li Sina kept silent and didn't say anything. Xianyuan Tong slightly nodded his head and then looked towards Feng Shu. Nephew Feng, my daughter and the Gantian Mountain Prince have a marriage agreement, and we only lack a date. Today's marriage has been decided. Your Pill Fountain sect shouldn't have any objections, right? Feng Shu smiled bitterly. He looked at the 4 flying daggers on his body, and then shook his head decisively. This is Mayor Xuanyuan's family matter. Although junior sister Irin has joined my sect, this matter is still decided by the mayor. 14 years old, initial Xiantian Meridian, Night Wandering Realm, Sword Path one with the Spirit and martial arts merging into one. Such a person, even the Pill Fountain sect had to avoid him and rely heavily on him. Xianyuan Tong nodded his head in satisfaction. When he looked at Zhongshou, for some reason, he was furious. This kid had a good idea. Everything he had would be his in the future. The daughter he raised bitterly like a flower was going to be snatched away by this fellow. What a mess. He really wanted to smash him to the ground. Following which he took in a deep breath. Xianyuan Tong's voice suddenly turned cold, filled with a cold intent. Also, if anyone leaks a single word about today's matter, even if you are brothers who have followed me for many years, I will be merciless. Don't blame me for not warning you. Along with this voice, a killing intent instantly covered the hall. He wasn't afraid of losing face and didn't feel that being defeated by Zhongshou was something he couldn't accept. Only this kid's spirit and martial arts merging into one was something he didn't want people to know about. In his heart, he was only thinking about whether or not this kid had a chance to charge for the true spirit and martial path peak after hundreds and thousands of years. In just 10 years, this kid would be able to shock the 5 continents and rule the cloud world. However, today he was just a seedling and needed him to block the wind and rain for him. The moment such a thought rose up, Xianyuan Tong's heart moved slightly. He felt that the internal qi that had not moved for a long time suddenly started to surge like it was going to topple mountains and flip oceans. Before this, due to his cultivation being too rushed, the obstructions that were caused were all broken open. Those hidden injuries were all being healed. His eyes instantly lit up. He knew that he just needed one step to break through that layer of obstacles. He would step into the heaven chakra realm and become the ascended realm. Scoff, who isn't happy, I will whip you. Whoever dares to snatch my woman, I will chop them up. Kill, 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 kill. Kill until the heavens and earth are clear. All the soft girls are mine. No one is allowed to snatch them. Zhongshou laid on the bed, his arms and legs dancing. Then his 4 limbs suddenly stopped. That blurry consciousness suddenly came to. Then, in an instant, he had a very dangerous and bad feeling. His eyes sneakily opened a slit, only to see Xianyuan Irin sitting at the side of the bed with a green face. Her pair of beautiful eyes were looking down at him. Zhongshoxin's heart skipped a beat, and he was prepared to continue to pretend to sleep. However, the soft meat by his waist was instantly grabbed and twisted 360 degrees. Zhongshou instantly sucked in a cold breath, opening his eyes and hissing, "You little girl, why are you so vicious? I am your fiancé." Xianyuan Irin's face was solemn. "Just now you were talking your sleep. Who were you preparing to kill in your dreams?" Zhongshou blinked, acting like he was in deep thought. A moment later, he shook his head. "I forgot. I remember that someone wanted to snatch my wife. Shouldn't he be killed? Xinyuan Irin's eyes were filled with a smile, but her face turned into doubt. You also said that all the soft girls are yours, and no one can snatch them from you. Then what are soft girls? Zhongsho's heart sank once more, thinking to himself, how could he say out the wild desire in his heart? And it was heard by the person he shouldn't know about? Laughing out loud, Zhongsho scratched his head, his face filled with confusion. Did I say that? Irin, you must have heard wrongly. The plan now was to not admit it even if he was beaten to death. Xinyuan Irin's eyes were dark and sunken, carefully looking at Zhongsho, following which she scoffed, temporarily not bothering with him. Only then did Zhongsho relax, straightening up and sizing up the surrounding environment. It should be a guest room. The decorations were simple but clean and elegant. Everything was exquisite and expensive. Looking out of the window, it should be a high ground. Looking down from the window, one could see the entire Xian mountain city. That's right. How did he fall asleep? Why was he here? Thinking back, when he woke up, wasn't he in the Taigang Hall at the peak of Xian Mountain? He was prepared to use his eloquence to convince Xinyuan Tong to marry his daughter to him. At the same time, he wanted to show off his talents, his achievements in both martial and spiritual paths, making those people's jaws drop to the ground. What happened after that? At that time, he seemed to have drunk a few cups of wine with Xinyuan Tong and ended up a little drunk. Suddenly, a bad feeling rose up in his heart. Zhongsho turned his head mechanically, forcing a smile as he asked Xinyuan Irin, Irin, I seem to be drunk and confused. Did anything happen after that? What did my father-in-law say? Why don't I see him again? In his last life, before he completed his martial path, he had gotten drunk a few times and was dead drunk. However, his alcohol tolerance had always been good, so there shouldn't be any problems. He felt guilty in his heart. At such an important moment, he was the one who got drunk. Irin would definitely be sad. Xinyuan Irin didn't say a word, coldly staring at him. Just as Zhongshoxin felt a chill down his spine, she finally opened her mouth. Nothing big happened. Only you beat up my uncle Luo Yin, using the back of your sword to beat him up until his head was swollen. Zhongsho held his breath, coughing a few times to vent the shock in his chest. He remembered that at that time. He didn't want to beat this fellow up. Why did he really do it? A short while later, he barely regained his composure. Zhongsho wasn't focused, picking up a cup of tea on the table beside him, expressionlessly asking, what happened after that? Then it was my Uncle Zhu. You didn't hit him, but you only used one move to be suppressed by him. Later on, you hit Uncle Tan. 2 swords on the left and right, 2 loud slaps on the face. Zhongsho's hand instantly trembled slightly. Then, he regained his composure. Since he had already beaten Luo Yin into a pig head, then beating up these 2 wasn't much. Speaking of which, that Tantao actually really wanted to beat him up. That cunning fellow, why did he only slap him twice? Then what happened after that? Chapter 190. Then, Xinyuan Irin's eyes squinted. Then you used 4 cloud pattern flying knives to nail my senior brother Feng Shu to the stone pillar. 2 on his calf and 2 on his shoulder. Only after 4 hours did he remove the knives. Till now, he still hasn't expelled your cloud, shocking God, destroying sword intent. I heard that it was very painful, and he was crying out like a pig being slaughtered. Zhongsho was instantly delighted, feeling delighted in his heart. He disliked disciples like Long Batian and Feng Shu, who had their noses in the air and tails in the air, the most. Before this, Feng Shu's words were the most unpleasant to hear. Hearing that he had nailed this person with flying knives, he was instantly delighted, and his thoughts flowed smoothly. Slow down, flying knives? Zhongsho touched his sleeves. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His heart was filled with pain. The cloud pattern flying knives that he had spent so much effort to nurture for several months were gone just like that. A flying dagger that could kill 4 Wuzongs was used on a piece of trash like him. One knife could have settled him. His heart tightened. Zhongsho took a long while before he came back to his senses. He consoled himself that this was not bad. At that time, he was definitely very handsome and cool. What happened after that? What else did I do? Irin, say it all in one breath. I will just listen. After that, Xianyuan Irin hesitated, saying with a straight face, "You beat up my father." Zhongsho was drinking tea. When he heard that, he couldn't help but spit out. The water in his mouth was all spat out. Like the surface of a fan, it covered a small half of the room. Xianyuan Irin seemed to have expected it and dodged in advance. Zhongsho felt that something wasn't right, thinking about it carefully. His face calmed down. "Irin, you've learned bad things. You don't even think of a plan to lie to people. My father-in-law is already at the peak of the 9 meridians of the Earth Chakra realm and is only half a step away from the Ascended realm. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be his opponent. How could I beat him up? What nonsense are you talking about?" With the same level of strength, if paired with top-notch techniques, they would be able to unleash a battle prowess that was several times or even tens of times greater than others. However, if the disparity between the two of them was truly too enormous, it would simply be impossible for them to contend against one another. Beating up Tan Tao and Luo Xian was a piece of cake. Although the two of them were Xuanwu ancestors, their martial path was only average. At most, they were only slightly stronger than people of the same grade. As for Zhu Junho, if he could catch him off guard and make a quick move before he could figure out what was going on, he would be able to do it. Zhongsho was also somewhat confident that he could take him down. However, if he was facing Xianyuan Tong, who had been at the peak of 9 meridians for many years, he could only run as far away as he could. He firmly expressed that he didn't believe Irin's words. She was clearly scaring him. Xianyuan Irin was speechless, following which she continued, "You even scolded my father for being an old man pretending to be young." Zhongsho was completely petrified. He only felt that he was not far from turning into dust. How could he say something like that? If Xianyuan Tong was an old man pretending to be young, then what was he? A bad middle-aged uncle wearing the skin of a Shoda? Pooey, pooey. What middle-aged uncle? In his last life, when he fainted in the God Emperor game, he was still in his prime, a tender young man. How could he have anything to do with such a weird being like an uncle? As expected, drinking messes up matters. Before he solved the flaws of his world-shocking energy, he had to not touch a single drop of alcohol. Just as he was reflecting in his heart, Xianyuan Irin shook her head. "You did all these things after you were drunk. Father said that your cultivation method still has flaws and you temporarily can't drink alcohol. It was his fault for saying those words that were too hurtful and provoked you. So I don't blame you. Only," she paused. Her voice suddenly became lower. "But why did you let Hu Zhongyan scold you with such ugly words when you charged into the city? Zhongsho, did you really think that in your heart?" Zhongsho was slightly startled. The danger warning in his heart suddenly raised to the highest level. Pretty much without thinking, he betrayed Hu Zhongyan, his face full of righteousness. "No. Although I let Hu Zhongyuan scold and cause trouble, I was really respectful to father-in-law. In the end, that fellow lost control the moment he entered the city and couldn't be stopped. Later, I will go beat him up to help you vent your anger. I will make him unable to climb up for 10 to 15 days. As expected, Xianyuan Irin was half believing and half doubtful, suspiciously staring at Zhongsho's eyes. Seeing that it was filled with sincerity and she couldn't see any flaws, she retracted her gaze. Following which her eyes suddenly turned red, a mist rising in her eyes. "Zhongsho, are you bullying me?" That extremely wronged look was beautiful to the extreme at that moment. Zhongshoxin's heart jumped, following which he felt a headache. This move again, pretty much invincible for the entire afternoon. Zhongsho accompanied Xianyuan Irin to run around, as expected from a girl who had the words benevolent and righteous. First, she found those people who were injured, treating them one by one and consoling them with warm words. Her pill refining talent was top-notch, and her medical skills were even better. No matter how heavy the injuries were, she would be able to bring them back to life and even give them some benefits. And if they were unlucky and were injured by Zhong Yuan and couldn't be healed, they would be unable to cultivate anymore. She would either give them a huge sum of money or use other methods to compensate. In the end, all the people who were injured because of this matter were all grateful to Xianyuan Irin and didn't have any grievances at all. However, they didn't have any good expressions on their faces, all of them staring coldly at him, wanting to use their gazes to skin him alive. Zhongsho didn't care much. Anyways, he was mentally prepared. He stood there like a wooden statue, his face wooden and determined not to apologize. It wasn't his fault anyway. However, after that, these people were well-behaved, bowing and saluting, and calling him young city lord, which made him stunned. Then, he broke out into a laugh and accepted it. Next, it was those merchants and people who were injured. That was simple. Hu Zhongyuan and Zhong Yuan both disdained to attack normal people. Since no one died, the compensation was really simple. They just needed to give enough money. After this round of work, it was already nighttime. Zhongsho looked on from the side and was shocked. Although his fiancée talked about being benevolent and righteous, her brain seemed to have been taught by Xianyuan Tong. She might be more suitable than him to be the monster king of Gantian Mountain. She treated people and things well, not being arrogant at all. She was also skilled, but it wasn't that she wasn't scheming. For example, when compensating, she didn't just give them money, be it pills or martial arts manuals that were suitable for them, or recommending their children to study under a great teacher, or solving their urgent needs. All of these were things that these people needed the most. In the end, she injured them and received a basket of gratitude. Looking at the situation of few of them, they had already turned into loyal dogs, pledging their lives to her. As long as Xianyuan Irin said a word, they would go all out for her. At the same time, they hated Zhongsho to the bone for snatching away Xianyuan Irin. Just like that, he easily and skillfully resolved this storm that might have caused dissatisfaction. It made Zhongsho really emotional. If this Xianyuan Irin was born in the future, she would definitely be a strong woman, able to call the wind and summon the rain in the political arena. How could she be like him, who was just a martial artist? At the end were the three people that he had personally beaten up. Zhongsho was even more unwilling. His personality was one that was quick to take revenge. If he beat them up, then so be it. If they wanted to take revenge, then they could just come at him. When had Zhongsho ever feared anything? However, Irin said that it was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. These people were her uncles who watched her grow up and were already his subordinates. Were they going to be his standstill? Zhongsho was helpless and could only be forcefully pulled by Xianyuan Irin to search for the three of them. As expected, Luo Xian was beaten up into a pig's head. His head was tightly wrapped in bandages. It swelled up by close to double, only revealing a pair of red and swollen eyes. However, this person was really straightforward. Not waiting for Xianyuan Irin to apologize to him, he said in a low and muffled voice, "Seeing that you all aren't sincere, there is no need to be so fake. Yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have scolded you. I was also ignorant and didn't know that you were strong. I, old Luo, admire people who are capable. Although you beat me up, I am convinced. You didn't use any tricks and didn't cheat. You won fair and square. To be able to defeat the city lord in one move, I didn't lose unjustly and didn't lose face." When Zhongsho heard this, he was startled. Did he really beat up that Xianyuan Tong? That can't be. With his little strength, how could he win? That's right, this Luo Xian was finding a way out for him. To slander the city lord for his own face, he couldn't do that. In the future, he had to be careful. Luo Xian's tone changed as he said that. However, I will remember this debt. In the future, if my martial path is good, I will beat you fair and square. I will take back all of this debt. As he spoke, his head that was half a time bigger than before was lowered. His voice was really low. It was obvious that he didn't have much confidence. Following which it was Tantao. His situation was slightly better than Luo Xian's. However, his face was also covered with a veil. When they met, he didn't speak, just looking at Zhongsho, who was also expressionless. Xianyuan Irin tugged, at Zhongsho's sleeves. Just as Zhongsho was getting impatient, Tan Tao opened his mouth expressionlessly. Little Miss doesn't need to force the prince, and there is no need to apologize. Yesterday's matter was my fault. Speaking of which, I should feel fortunate. If it was anyone else, with the ability of the prince, they might not have ended up like this. If I did things like this, there might be blood. I also feel fortunate that the city lord could get such a good son-in-law. Xian Mountain City has a successor. All right, there's another thing to tell you. Before you met the city lord, I ordered people to send the news to Blazing Flame Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. In the end, it was too late to regret it. In a few days, the prince will see their men. Zhongsho was startled once more, thinking to himself that this was a vicious person, really vicious. He was really vicious and didn't leave any room for negotiation. After he was drunk, why did he only hit Tan Tao twice? It was far from enough. If he knew that this would happen, he would have viciously hit him. On the contrary, that Luo Xian only had a bad temper and a bad mouth, but his temper was really direct. This made him feel really apologetic in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 191. Tan Tao also knew that this matter wasn't appropriate, sighing, "If the prince and Little Miss want to blame me, then I'll accept it. I know that in your eyes, I, Tan Tao, must be a sinister and vicious person. This is the truth, and I won't try to explain. I just want the prince to know that in this world, everyone's heart is biased. No matter how fair a person is, it is still the same. They would only want their family and friends to be better off and not want them to get into trouble. For example, Little Miss, if you have a bun in your hand and your mother and a stranger are starving to death, are you willing to give the bun to your mother or watch her starve to death?" Xin Yuan Irin kept silent. Her expression didn't change. The hand that held Zhongsho tightened slightly. When Tan Tao saw that, he laughed out loud. Little Miss Irin really isn't a pedantic person. If you want to talk about benevolence and righteousness, then take the bun to save others. I, Tan Tao, will definitely slay you with one knife. You don't even care about the people around you. What rights do you have to talk about benevolence and righteousness? Zhongsho's brows rose up in shock. This Tan Tao was surprisingly interesting, only to hear him open his mouth. In the early years, I made enemies when I was young and rash. I was saved by the city lord who was roaming the central continent. A few years ago at Ruahai Straits, due to the help of the Gantian Mountain Monster King, I was able to escape. However, in my eyes, the city lord saved me out of sincerity and selflessness. He is also my bread and butter. As for your father, he had his own goals for saving me. The relationship between the two of us is obvious. The Gantian Mountain situation is too chaotic, and if things go wrong, he would be smashed to pieces. Even a city lord might not have a good ending. So even though I know that Xian Mountain City needs to rely on the support of Gantian Mountain, I still went all out to let the city lord and Xian Mountain City get out of this whirlpool. Even if I'm scolded for being ungrateful, I don't care. Zhongsho Xin's doubts were solved, but in his heart, he understood. He still didn't like Tan Tao. He didn't want to have a deep relationship with him. The two of them didn't stop here for long, arriving at Zhu Juanho's residence. However, in this place where one wouldn't be rejected, Zhongsho was solidly shut out. Based on the explanation of the General Zhu's housekeeper, his master was in secluded meditation. He said that if he couldn't beat a brat and beat him, he wouldn't come out. As for who that brat was, the housekeeper's mouth. Zhongsho couldn't help but touch his nose and laugh bitterly. So this Zhu Juanho's general's Gantian's tempers. Looking at the situation, he's to Gantian's tea. In the end to the Gantian, to the Gantian, to the Gantian, to the Gantian, to the Gantian Antian. T-tit to his to say, T-T to be to T to deceit to his to see is to make him to see his deceit T-T that. Although Lysina didn't go overboard with her words in front of him, she didn't say anything. However, he could see that this middle-aged woman was prideful and wasn't willing to admit defeat. Yesterday, he had stabbed her with a few words, so she might not be able to lower her face to see him. However, when they turned around a majestic fake mountain and stepped into a lake, Zhongsho's pupils constricted. only to see that in the center of the lake, within a really elegant wooden pavilion, there was a really young and handsome man in a brocade robe sitting beside a stone seat, looking at the lake excitedly. Zhongsho was naturally familiar with his face. Not only did he have it in his 13 years of memories, but he had also spoken to him face to face yesterday. Wasn't this the old man he scolded for acting young, the Xian Mountain City Lord, his future father-in-law, Xinyuan Tong? He couldn't help but feel awkward and nervous. He could smile at that life and death battle, but his expression didn't change as he passed through the knife light and sword shadows. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little afraid. He wanted to sneak away, but Xinyuan Irin stared at him, so he couldn't. Following which he thought that if he stuck out his head, he would be stabbed. He gritted his teeth and openly walked over from the wooden corridor above the water. He walked in front of Xinyuan Tong and bowed, only to see Xinyuan Tong turn around and give a friendly smile, waving his sleeves, "Sit." When Zhongsho sat down without any hesitation, he personally held a copper pot and filled the 2 cups in front of him. One of the cups was personally delivered to Zhongsho. The liquid in the cup was amber in color, smelling really sweet, making one's appetite rise. However, when Xinyuan Tong raised a cup, Zhongsho felt really awkward, forcing a smile. "Father-in-law, please help yourself. Zhongsho can't drink wine now." When Xinyuan Tong heard that, he was delighted, shaking his head. "How would I not know? Even if you want to drink, I won't give it to you. I am afraid that you will beat up my subordinates. Don't worry, it is just jam." Zhongsho relaxed slightly, drinking it in one gulp. As expected, although the taste was sweet and delicious, it didn't have the mellowness of wine. He sighed in his heart. The days of drinking and drinking meat were probably far away from him. To think he found so much monkey wine that could be used as celestial brew to wash his body and flush his chakras. However, today it all benefited Chu Shui, that glutton. Following which he sized up Xinyuan Tong, thinking to himself that since his father-in-law was able to walk out of the Taigang Hall, did his hidden injuries and cultivation method problem solve? Speaking of which, just now, when Xinyuan Tong sat in the pavilion, he was actually one with the lake and heaven and earth, not forcing himself at all. In front of him, his aura was neither strong nor weak, simple and unpretentious, calm and harmonious. That true qi, even if it wasn't suppressed by the Taigang Hall, was retracted to a barely discernible level. Looking at the situation, it seemed like his martial path had greatly improved. Taking a close look, only to see that Xinyuan Tong's body didn't have any injuries, there weren't any bruises. Only his 2 sleeves, for some reason, seemed especially wide. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As expected, Xinyuan Irin was just scaring him. This Xinyuan Tong was comprehending heaven and earth. In just tens of days he could step into the ascended ancestor realm. How could he win against him? "Your father doesn't like to drink. This fragrant nectar is his favorite thing. I heard that your mother also likes it. Is it good?" Zhongsho nodded his head. Xinyuan Tong smiled in satisfaction, directly going to the main topic, expressionlessly saying, "Today I asked Xinyuan Irin to call you over. The first reason is because of her. I only have one daughter. I love her like a pearl. In the future, I will hand it to you. Don't let her suffer. If not, even if I go all out, I will chop off your head." Before he finished, he was interrupted by Zhongsho. "Father-in-law doesn't need to explain this matter. I, Zhongsho, am a man. How would I let my woman suffer?" Xinyuan Tong broke out into a laugh. Although Zhongsho didn't swear, at this moment he sat there quietly, giving one a sense of peace. Like he could rely on anything, like even if the sky collapsed, he would be able to hold it up. His eyes lit up, not speaking about this matter anymore, his tone changing. "Then let's talk about another matter. Do you know about the Dragon Canyon?" Samuraim's eyes instantly shrunk, looking at Xinyuan Tong, not understanding what he meant. Dragon Canyon. Naturally, he had heard of it, and it was like thunder to his ears. When he was the Sword Emperor Tanshio, he had taken trip there. In the God Emperor game, it was a huge instance dungeon with a series of quests. It was also connected to tens of ancient treasures. Xin Yuan Tong didn't look at his expression, calmly describing, "Roughly 2 years ago, who knows where the news spread out." It was said that within this Dragon Canyon, there were martial celestial ruins from the Cloud Desolate era. There were numerous ancient martial path legacies. There were even rumors that the Book of Extreme Life of the two books of the universe was also within. It caused the various sects of Donglin Cloud Continent to be in an uproar. The various large cities in the west of Donglin Cloud Continent all started to. Zhong Shou's heart was crazily shocked. Book of Extreme Life? In his last life, he was in the virtual world. When he snatched the book, he suddenly fainted. Actually, during this period of time, he had many questions in his heart. How did a spiritual technique book made in the game cause him to come to this era? Or was there some other reason? When this news spread out, it was really weird. Wei Ran and I sent people in to investigate. 2-8 Meridian Xuanwu Masters chose a specific time to avoid the Dragon within the canyon and went deep within. They noticed that there were indeed ruins from 10,000 years ago. The words of the Book of Extreme Life were mostly fake. However, those treasures and legacy martial arts from the Cloud Desolate era were real. Moreover, the date of its appearance should be within these few years. As Xin Yuan Tong said that, he smiled helplessly. Then, the other cities and sects all found out. However, there were many hidden currents. Those knives and arrows started to swarm towards Gantian Mountain. Your father's defeat was due to his strong expansion and enmity with many sections. It was also due to this Dragon Canyon. Zhong Shou frowned slightly. He wasn't dumb enough to ask Xin Yuan Tong what did Zhong Weiran being forced into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean have to do with the Dragon Canyon. That Dragon Canyon was located 1,300 miles south of Gantian Mountain. If Zhong Weiran was still here, Gantian Mountain would be at its peak. With the strength of the 9 provinces, even Lingyun's sect would have to retreat. As the owner, he could decide where most of the treasures in the canyon would end up. Even today, Gantian Mountain was still extremely important and attracted the attention of many sections. The heavens didn't bless your father. If he had 10 more years to stabilize the 9 provinces under him and swallow up Yinsha Mountain and Blazing Flame Mountain, leading tens of millions of monsters to build a dynasty in Donglin Cloud Continent wouldn't be a problem. However, at such a crucial time, such a change occurred, causing him to be unable to deal with it. Xin Yuan Tong sighed slightly, like he was filled with endless regret. He continued, "However, your father is a decisive person. Seeing that things couldn't be done, he decisively gave up. Roughly half a year ago, who knows where he found 3 barrier-breaking talismans passed down from the ancient times and personally headed into the canyon. He was prepared to go all out. If he could find some top treasures, he might be able to solve the danger of the canyon. If not, he was prepared to give up his position and avoid the sharpness of the sects." Chapter 192. In the end, I don't know what your father managed to obtain in the Dragon Valley, or what he managed to gain. I only know that after he came out that day, he rushed to the south. Then, he was surrounded by more than 20 ascended martial grandmasters. Your father was strong and killed 3 of them. Only when 5 grandmasters attacked did he escape and was forced into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Zhong Shou's heart shook when he heard that, thinking to himself that his father was actually strong to such an extent. 20 over-ascended martial ancestors joined forces and still managed to kill 3 people. Even grandmasters weren't able to take them down. This terrifying battle record was no less than a few years later when he killed his way up Hill Spirit Mountain. Xin Yuan Tong said that Zhong Weiran had reached the Ascended Ancestor realm 6 years ago. Calculating his age, at that time, wasn't his father only a little over 27 years old? At this moment, he was suspecting whether or not Zhong Weiran transmigrated from the future and had high martial path achievements in the past. Legend has it that little brother Weiran obtained the Book of Extreme Life in the Dragon Canyon, which was why he went to the south. However, This news is most probably fake. Xianyuan Tong laughed coldly, filled with a mocking intent. Since ancient times, it is known as Ian. The four directions are known as the universe. That book of Ian Extreme Life is the top treasure book of spiritual cultivation. Legend has it that it has the ability to control time and even reverse time. How could such a treasure land in the remains of a martial celestial? If it really is that item, not only would the 3 vast habitats, 5 heavenly places, 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses all fight to the death. Even people from other worlds would not care about anything to come to our cloud world to fight for it. Those people really don't want to give up on your father. Luckily, rumors stop with the wise. Apart from a few spiritual houses and sects, the other 10 shrines don't believe in this matter. Zhong Shou scoffed, thinking that the book of Ian Extreme Life and his guesses was at most a spirit master treasure book. Out of all talisman laws, the most mysterious and complicated ones were the universe and Ian talismans that were the hardest to grasp. What ability to control time and reverse time? Wasn't that a little too much? It was most probably just a rumor. However, his heart sank as he recalled the strange things that had happened to him. Strangely, he remembered what Zhong Shou had said before his soul dissipated. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. You will also know that I am you and you are me. The two of them were originally one. These words sounded strange no matter how he listened to them. Now that he thought about it, it added a sense of unpredictability. There was even that unknown ball of light hidden in the deepest part of his essence soul. That Zhong Shou, even if he said that he did not know much, he only knew that it was something he brought over himself, so why bother asking him? In recent months, Zhong Shou had been burying this matter in the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something. Could it be that this sapphire blue ball of light is that book of Ian Extreme Life? Then he burst out laughing. How could the virtual treasures in the game be real? Even if it was this treasure that brought him to travel through 10,000 years. How could he explain why this item would fall into his hands and why his soul coincidentally woke up in the body of this Zhong Shou? There were many questions in his heart, but this matter was indeed too preposterous. Zhong Shou directly rejected those possibilities, not thinking about it anymore, quietly listening to Xianyuan Tong continue. This is also the reason why I said before that your father might still be in this world. He wasn't forced into the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, but he planned to use this place to hide. Within that Een Dragon Canyon, wherein definitely obtained something, but it wasn't enough to change the situation. Naturally, there is another possibility, which is that the thing he obtained was so good that it could attract a huge calamity. However, I think that possibility is really small. After Xianyuan Tong said that, he took in a deep breath before coming to the main topic. Although Brother Weran has left, the battle for Een Dragon Canyon is getting more and more intense. Not only the few sects in Donglin Cloud Continent, even the Central Cloud Continent has people interfering. So this Gantian Mountain Monster King battle is far from as simple as it looks on the surface. That Zhong Shou isn't just relying on the strength of his Master Lanyi, a 9 Meridian Xuanwu ancestor. Even if he is about to step into the Ascended Realm, how much power and ability can he have? Not to mention me, even Hu Qinxiu, with the strength of 100,000 Tiger Race troops. Even if this Lan Yi cultivator stepped into the Ascended Realm, it would be enough to kill him. Only because Zhong Shou, Zhong Yang, and your uncle Zhong Xuan all have sects supporting them, were they able to suppress the people Weran left behind to fight for the Monster King position. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted as he laughed. He had expected this, but he didn't understand the reason. However, along with the martial celestial ruins that were about to appear, then all the mysteries were solved. Since someone is acting from within, then naturally there will be people playing chess from outside. West of Donglin Cloud Continent, apart from Gantian Mountain, Yunxia Mountain, Blazing Flame Mountain, there is also Taoyuan City in the West Ocean who can move millions of troops. Roughly 4 months ago, the Een Canyon suddenly exploded with spiritual energy. The sects all thought that the ruins were about to appear. Not only did Yunxia Mountain send their most elite fire wolf cavalry to Dongwei Mountain, Blazing Flame Mountain also sent troops. Taoyuan City sent 300 cloud ships 2,200 miles west of Gantian Mountain. In the end, it was a false alarm. However, it also caused the three powers within Gantian Mountain to temporarily join hands. Xin Yuantong's tone was really calm as he described the situation of Gantian Mountain these few months. However, when Zhong Shou heard it, his heart jumped. Although Yin Yang and Hu Zhongyuan had described the situation over there to him in detail. However, these two people definitely couldn't be like Xin Yuantong, who knew the situation like the back of his hand. The questions that he had accumulated before were all answered. So after I weighed the pros and cons, I decided not to interfere in the situation of Gantian Mountain. The situation over there was the most sensitive and could explode at any moment. If you don't fight, it's okay, but the moment I help you, we will be fine. We can be unharmed, but others will only target your greatest weakness. You don't know martial arts, so even if Hu Qianxiu and I work together, we won't be able to protect you. We will only harm you. As he said that, Xin Yuantong smiled. However, it is different now. In the past, I didn't even dare to think about it. However, today, even if you don't fight for the Monster King position, Hu Qianxiu and I won't agree. How can Weiron's hard work to build up land in the hands of others? Moreover, today we more or less have some chances of winning. He smiled as he looked at Zhong Shou with a testing intent. Does the prince know why? When Brother Weiran was there, we had no chance of winning. However, if it was you, how much chance do we have? Zhong Shou didn't hesitate and shook his head. How can the situation be the same? When my father was the Monster King, he was the target of everyone. But now, I can form alliances with both sides. Since Zhong Shi and the others can rely on hidden sects, I can choose a spiritual house sect to work with. Xin Yuantong instantly laughed out loud, filled with endless joy. That's right. You are really smart. As expected from Brother Weiron's son. You really know how to say it. That is the theory. What we want is to take back the Monster King position of Gantian Mountain. As for that in Dragon Canyon, it is best if we can get some benefits, but it doesn't matter if we can't. Within those 19 spiritual houses, we don't have to worry about not finding people to work with. So, this time when you return to Gantian Mountain, what you need to be most careful of is those three working together. The last few sentences were really solemn. Zhong Shou's heart shuddered, thinking about how he should have been brought back to Gantian Mountain by Zhong Xuan and Zhong Yang to be a puppet. A year later, Zhong Shi would explode out and chop off his head. As for those two, they didn't even say a word before submitting to Zhong Shi. Thinking about it, they must have gone through countless battles in the dark. If they couldn't swallow it all, then compromising with other sects was a good idea. Speaking of which, in his memory, this Xian mountain city also disappeared in this era. He only remembered that 2 years later, near the most important passage between Xian Mountain City and Gantian Mountain City Rawhide Straits, there was a war of 1 million people. For years later, Linlan City in the north of Tianlan province rose up and took control of Xian Mountain City. Only Xin Yuantong, Xin Yuan Irin, and the people in the city. As for what fate he had at that time, he didn't know. However, at that time, his head was hanging on Gantian Mountain Peak for 3 months, and there was actually no one guarding his corpse. With Xin Yuan Irin's personality, how could she be so heartless? There was also the Iron Tiger race. When the God Emperor game started, this race didn't exist anymore. Zhong Shou only felt a heavy pressure descend on his heart once more. This trip to Gantian Mountain would still be filled with many dangers and dangers. After Xin Yuantong said those words, his expression turned warm. He didn't talk about that boring matter anymore. He forcefully pulled Zhong Shou and talked about everything. He suddenly recalled the past and talked about how he met Zhong Shou's father in the Central Cloud Continent. He suddenly talked about the interesting things of Xin Yuan Irin when she was young, causing her to pout. He continued to ramble on for a long time. Only until dawn did he let go of Zhong Shou. When Zhong Shou left the small pavilion in the middle of the lake and turned around to look, only the Xin Yuantong was still drinking by himself, laughing out loud without any elegance, his eyes filled with drunkenness. It caused Xinyuan Irin, who was serving beside him, to have a huge headache. However, what was inside the copper pot was not wine, but jam. However, Xinyuan Tong was already drunk. Zhongsho smiled and left the manor. However, just as he stepped out of the door, he felt a cold intent spread all over his body. A killing intent who knows where it came from, spreading over from afar. Zhongsho's brows furrowed as he looked towards the east. With the amount of time that had passed, the person near Cloud Saint City most probably already knew 10,000 miles away, in a series of houses built in a valley, there was a house in the most eerie and secluded part of the house. Along with an explosion, a white and flawless mind stone was crushed into pieces by an eagle claw. "You actually dare to kill my disciple." The voice was dark and cold, but also filled with a majestic aura. The owner of the hand had eagle eyes and a hooked nose, looking similar to Cho Ling. At this moment, his chest was rising and falling like he was furious to the extreme. "It was really done by the Gantian Mountain Prince, are you sure?" In front of this person stood a black-robed old man. His face was covered in cold sweat as he bowed. "I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to Master." The person that Cho Ling and Yun Su suspected was the Gantian Mountain Prince. With my guess, it was most probably the prince's subordinates who killed Cho Ling and Yun Su. However, I remember that this Zhongsho was unable to cultivate. His father is already dead. So how could he have such an expert under him? That eagle-eyed man frowned, following which he waved his hand without much care. "It doesn't matter if it is or not. Bring a few Xuanwu masters over. It is best if you can kill this kid and the people around him. If things don't work out, I will personally take action and end his life." Chapter 193. Although Zhongsho had reached the initial Xiantian realm, be it the six-god defensive knife technique or his sword techniques, he was able to use a portion of power. However, what he looked forward to the most was the sword embryo in his soul. Recently, his energy cultivation had improved really quickly. However, no matter how fast it wasn't as fast as his spiritual cultivation. The growth of his soul was pretty much increasing by the day. Even if his physical body used the essence of the lightning phoenix egg, it still couldn't catch up. Pretty much every 10 days he could step onto a new stage. The strength of his soul would also cause this one origin sword to become stronger and continue to grow. Using his mind to control it for a moment, it caused the lightning-winged sword to slowly merge with his illusionary spirit sword and his second soul. Zhongsho entered meditation once more and started to form true talismans in his soul ocean. Pretty much in a blink of an eye, a talisman pattern had formed along with his will and mixed into the talisman ocean. Compared to the speed of the past, it was tens of times faster. However, such a phenomenon had actually started yesterday. Zhongsho didn't find it surprising. He was just curious. Weird. How did my true talisman form so quickly? These 2 days were pretty much the same as the last 2 months added together. If this goes on, in just a few days I can form another true talisman. It was like the potential of his soul had exploded out. However, apart from beating up those 3 people, I didn't do much. Did I have a fierce battle with that Zhu Junho? However, with his martial path cultivation, if I wasn't able to suppress him at the start, I would have lost. He would definitely be defeated, suppressed by the other party instead. This matter is so weird. Zhongsho shook his head and continued to focus his mind and meditate. For hours later, there were tens of true talismans floating in his soul ocean. He wasn't far away from the next true talisman. The potential that was ignited didn't show any signs of exhaustion. What was surprising was that the strength of his soul and the true chi in his body weren't like fire and water like before. Even though it was far from perfect harmony, it was no longer an intense rejection. Between them, well, water does not interfere with river water, and the conflict between the two forces reduced the level of his control. His cultivation immediately showed signs of advancing by leaps and bounds. Zhongsho, however, was worried that it would be inappropriate to act rashly, so he temporarily held back. Then, in the deepest part of the soul sea, the water and fire true talismans started to stir the 12 heavenly talisman seeds outside his soul sea. One could sense that many threads were extending from the true spiritual talisman and connecting with the heaven talisman seeds. In particular, the two words water and fire were especially close. Step by step, he was being pulled towards the center of the soul sea whirlpool. This was the merging process. Once it was completed, Zhongsho's fire and water element spells would instantly strengthen to the god talisman level. Even now, his spell power had increased by close to 50%. The entire process took half a day. When Zhongsho finished, it was already noon. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Chu Shui, who was sleeping on the bed, had already woken up in a daze. The two of them stared at one another for a while. Chu Shui finally recalled what happened before she fainted. Her face flushed red. After she screamed out, she wrapped up Zhongsho's blanket and ran out of the door like a maniac. Zhongsho laughed when he saw that and stood up. What ignited his potential was not only his soul. His physical body was like a small stream turning into a river, unceasingly surging out from the depths of his body. He consumed a blood yang pill that could strengthen his vital energy and make his blood essence more masculine. He also consumed one each of the 9 refinement jade pill and vast spirit pill. The former was used to train the body. The latter was used to increase one's ability to absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy in a short time. Zhongsho first used the 4th energy leading technique to merge the medicinal effects into his body. Then, when the spiritual energy around his body suddenly increased, he punched out. Only then did he punch out with both fists. His strength was no weaker than the great blazing sun fist, causing the entire 9-story building to shake. Stepping out, he had tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. Luckily, the entire building was made up of 12 300-foot-long giant wooden pillars. The floor was also really solid, pretty much able to be used as steel. He had seen it before, which was why he was fine. This was the Demon Rhino Spirit Armor Fist, another body training fist technique. Zhongsho had learned numerous body training fist techniques. There were also more than 30 top-notch unique skills. However, he only chose 4 of them. Foundation Breathing Spiritual Fist, Great Blazing Sun Fist, Little 5-Chakra Wisdom King Fist, Demon Rhino Spirit Armor Fist. 4 sets of fist techniques connected to one another. It could train the foundation breathing, bone marrow, vital energy, 5 organs, 6 organs, skin, and flesh. The 9 chakras in his body were all included within, be it internal or external. It could be used all the way to the 9 meridians of the heaven chakra realm, amongst which the Great Blazing Sun Fist and the Demon Rhino Spirit Armor Fist came from the monster race. As for the Spiritual Breathing Fist and the 5-Wheel Enlightened King Fist, they were Buddhist techniques and didn't conflict with the body of the monster race. This Demon Rhino Spirit Armor Fist was a skin, bone, and tendons technique. It was said that once one cultivated it to the peak, the skin on one's body would be as tough as the Demon Rhino Spirit Armor. It could be like the Demon Rhino Armor, extremely firm. All grade 7 and below spiritual weapons could be ignored if one's bone and flesh foundations were a little stronger. It wasn't impossible to go head-on against grade 8 spiritual weapons. Along with this fist technique being used, the 9 refinement jade pill slowly merged into his skin. It caused Zhongsho's body to exude a white jade-like color. It was transparent and flawless, like it was really made of jade. Although this spiritual pill was grade 3, it was a rare body training pill and was one of the secret techniques of Pill Fountain Sect. It could cause the skin of a cultivator to turn into a jade color. After consuming it, one could return a normal skin color. After a few more months, the color would change a total of 9 times. Depending on one's talent, the skin would be strengthened by 5 to 10 times. His skin was as tough as steel and hard for knives and swords to damage. At this moment, along with the demon rhino spirit armor fist, it was really effective. Outside of his body, it was like he was wearing a layer of armor. There was also a vast amount of spiritual energy that was absorbed into his body and mixed with the true chi. Within the chakra, it would bulge and expand, clearing out the narrow areas that were still blocked up. It also continuously expanded the meridians and compressed the true chi in Zhongsho's body. His vital energy was also boiling, merging the yang power of the blood sun pill into it. After breaking through the body chakra realm and reaching the earth chakra realm, there were no more obstructions in his meridians. At this moment, the most important thing was to expand his meridians and increase the strength of his true chi. The former needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. The latter needed to be cultivated and condensed to increase the yang power within the true chi, to make it pure. On the other hand, it would be to form a stronger martial path intent that was more compatible with heaven and earth. It would also allow true chi to gather more. Zhong Yuan was able to kill a martial ancestor expert when he was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. That was because he had comprehended the strength of the martial path at the Xiantian realm. He could explode out strength comparable to a martial ancestor in a short period of time. The reason why he hadn't broken through was also because of the flaws in his martial path. Shosho had the martial path cultivation of his last life, so there was no problem in this area. What he lacked now was the refining of his true chi. Next would be body training. He was training his fist within the whirlpool, and his physical body was close to the peak Xiantian realm. However, at this moment, he actually saw a huge increase. Not only was the potential of his physical body still at an extremely high level, the effects of this pill were also terrifying. Although the lightning phoenix essence was good, it wasn't as good as Xianyuan Irin's pills, which focused on strengthening the body. As expected, it is a top-grade pill. However, the yang power in my bloodline strengthening actually didn't affect my soul. I really don't understand. Why was there such a huge change all of a sudden? What cultivators' souls feared the most was blood, energy, and yang power, as well as dirty things. The former naturally conflicted with Yin souls, while the latter could contaminate the soul, which was why the best way to deal with spirit cultivators below the Return to Sun realm was to use black dog blood to splash them. However, at this moment, Zhongsho was a dual cultivator and the soul in his body wasn't affected at all. Forget it. This is a good thing. My spiritual cultivation and true chi are progressing really quickly. Anyways, I have to wait for the pills that Irin refined to come out. I still have tens of days to stay in this Xian mountain city. Why not just focus on cultivating for a while more? Who knows if my cultivation will be able to rise to another level at that time. On the martial path, each stage is tough. However, this spiritual cultivation has a lot of potential. When the Rhino Spirit Armor Fist reached the extreme, Zhongsho's body was covered in a thick layer of earth element spiritual energy. However, at this moment his eyes were slightly distracted. To form a true spiritual talisman, with his current speed, he only needed tens of days. The number of true spiritual talismans in his body would directly affect the strength of the illusionary spirit crafting sword technique. His one origin sword would definitely be a few times stronger. Unfortunately, although he had a sword embryo, he didn't have a suitable sword cultivation and soul cultivation method. Even if he wanted to create one himself, he didn't have much experience. It really made him anxious. Those two people really caused him a lot of trouble. Be it the Five Pentacles swords or the Luminous Energy Spirit sword, he wasn't picky at all. Just as Zhongsho was filled with endless grievances, in an unknown world and space-time location, a voice rang out. A white-robed teen was sitting in front of a chessboard. Black and white chess pieces filled the chessboard, which had 19 intersecting lines. However, opposite him, there was no opponent, only a giant deep pool. However, each time the teen placed a piece, there would be a weird power that would appear in the deep pool, controlling the white chess pieces to land on the chessboard. If someone who understood the chess path was here, they would notice it. The gap between the black and white chess pieces had reached a huge level. A huge dragon was just a blink of an eye away from being killed. The black chess pieces had no chance of turning the situation around. However, the white-robed teen was still giggling like he didn't care about winning or losing, playing happily. A moment later, as expected, a full 20 black chess pieces were all sucked out by the weird power in the lake and tossed to the side. The white-robed teen didn't care at all, still playing out a word with a firm and unyielding aura. On the contrary, a cold laugh spread out from within the pool. There are many people in the human race who don't know how to play chess. However, it is rare to see someone like you who is bad at chess, but who is so good at it. The outcome of this match is obvious. So what is the point of you not admitting defeat? The voice sounded like a female voice, but it had a metallic quality to it. However, it sounded really nice to the ears. The white-robed teen's ears perked up, revealing a look of enjoyment. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Although my chess position is showing signs of defeat, if I don't continue to play and finish the game, how can I know if there will be a chance of survival later on? And if I can turn defeat into victory? Why won't you admit defeat no matter what?" That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.